Thank you very much, Ms. Visser. Thank you, Advocate Pandela. Chief Whip, I presume the House is in order.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, honourable members. In keeping with our tradition, I will now bow to the House and I'll request the delegates observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much, honourable delegates. I'd like to remind all delegates that the rules, in particular sub-rules 21, 22 and 23 of Rule 103 apply to the virtual sitting. And as indicated in the preliminary remarks before we started with the session, please do ensure that you are appropriately framed and that you have the correct virtual background or a correct virtual background to retain or maintain the decorum of the House. Honourable delegates, I would like to welcome the Honourable Mapumulo, I beg your pardon, the new permanent delegates to the from the KwaZulu-Natal delegation representing Umkhonto weSizwe to the National Council of Provinces. Honourable Mapumulo, we wish you a fruitful tenure in the NCOP. We welcome you. Honourable Mapumulo, if you can turn your video on and we can all see you, if you can say hello to us, if you are able to do so already. Right, let's, honourable delegates, let's move on. Let's proceed. Before we proceed to the motions, I'd like to acknowledge and welcome the ministers, namely the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister of Health, Minister of Human Settlements, as well as all permanent delegates, MECs and other special delegates, and of course the SELGA representatives to the House today. Honourable delegates, I will now allow an opportunity for delegates to give notices of motion. We have a period of 20 minutes in total for notices of motion and motions without notice. We have been supplied with a list of delegates who have indicated that they would like to move notices of motion and motions without notice. So I'm going to start with notices of motions, and I will therefore call on the Honourable Moimang, Chief Whip of the Council, to deliver the first motion. Honourable Moimang.
Madume modulasetulo rider ke dumedise le maloko a ntlo ya dikgala ya diprovince ya bosetšhaba. Honourable House Chairperson, allow me to rise on a notice of motion on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in the next sitting debate the growing challenge of illegal migration in South Africa, which intersects with public concern and protest around the economic strain and impact of illegal migration, which has also prompted a comprehensive government crackdown. And knows that the House knows that the challenge of illegal migration has triggered massive nationwide demonstrations and instances of anti-migrant violence, prompting an address by the President on Sunday, 7 June 2026, and several African nations to initiate emergency repatriation programs for their citizens. I so move, Honourable House Chair Rider. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. The next notice of motion will be put by the Honourable Feni.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I hereby give notice of, on behalf of the African National Congress, that the House in the next sitting debate the growing municipality electricity bill to ESCOM. Secondly, further note that the ESCOM has reported that the municipal debt has risen to 119 billion and has warned that the rising unpaid bill pose a major challenge to financial sustainability in its ability to meet its debt obligation. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Feni. The next notice of motion will be put by the Honourable Sitole. Honourable Sitole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hereby give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that a house in the next sitting debates the growing municipality electricity bill to ESCOM.
Our Chairperson,
Yes, Chief Whip.
can I rise on an intervention point?
Yes, please.
It's not an order. It's not an order. I propose that Honorable Sitole takes on the motion that that was prepared for Honorable Feni, because I realized with Honorable Feni that she took on the motion that was prepared for Honorable Sitole. My apology for that, Honorable Vice Chair. The one that speaks to the collapse of rural schools. Thank you. If Honorable Sitole has that motion.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Honourable Sitole, apologies for that interruption and change. You appear to have been derailed. Are you able to proceed with the appropriate motion?
I will need a minute, Honorable Chair.
You have less than a minute, Honourable Sitole. Yours is the last motion in this category, and we will require, or we will need to move on.
Okay. Honorable Chairperson, I've got it now.
Thank you. Please proceed.
The one that Honorable Feni was supposed to do.
That's correct, Honorable Sitole.
Honourable Chair, can I suggest that the ANC sort out their homework on their own time and not waste the House's time with their arrangements, please?
You are out of order.
Honorable
It's not out of
Chairperson.
order, Honourable Mananiso. Please, can we have order in the House, Honourable members? Honourable Sitole, can you proceed with the motion that you've been asked to put?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council debate the collapse of rural schools that continues to remain rural white elephant schools with no learners. Number two, further note that the Department of Basic Education reported that it had 64 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure last year, and acknowledge that this occurred after spending a completed or near complete rural school project in areas where the learners' population had already moved elsewhere. I so move. Thank you very much, and for your patience also.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sitole. Honourable delegates, that exhausts the list of notices of motion, and we will now proceed with the motions without notice. Once again, I have been provided with a list, and I will allow delegates who wish to move motions without notice to proceed. The first, again, will come from the Chief Whip of the Council, Honourable Moimang.
Honorable Ryder. I hereby rise on behalf of the African National Congress to move without notice that the Council notes with profound sadness and grief the passing of Comrade Abdul Qaeda Mullah, a committed patriot, freedom fighter, and loyal cadre of the Congress movement who dedicated his life to the struggle against apartheid, racism, and injustice. Number two, that the House further knows that Comrade Qaeda Mullah, as he was affectionately known among his peers, was forced into exile by the apartheid regime and continued to serve the liberation movement by mobilizing international solidarity for the ANC, strengthening global opposition to apartheid, and contributing to the international campaign for isolation of apartheid regime. Thirdly, that the House acknowledges the contribution made by Comrade Muller to the education and development of South African children in exile through SOMAFCO in Tanzania, which reflected his deep commitment. Lastly, that the House take this opportunity to convey its heartfelt condolences to his children, the Muller family, comrades and friends, and all those who were touched by his life and services, and say, Tamasin, Comrade Abdul Qaeda, your contribution to the struggle for freedom will never be forgiven. I so move, House Chairperson. Thank you.
Just in time. Thank you, Chief Whip. Honourable delegates, is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable Dr. Skierkochel.
Chair, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this Council note with great concern that Land Bank liquidation proceedings instituted through attorneys whose appointments are unlawful and with no valid cession agreements of National Treasury. Further notes that these proceedings have contributed to the destruction of productive farms, the loss of thousands of jobs, and severe economic harm in rural communities, thereby threatening South Africa's food security. Calls on the Minister of Finance to impose an immediate moratorium on all liquidation proceedings where the attorney's unlawful mandate, Land Bank's title to death, and operation cession or compliance with Section 270 of the Constitution, the PMFMA and National Treasury Regulations and Land Bank Act cannot be proved. Calls on Land Bank to immediately release the 2024 Adams and Adams report commissioned by Land Bank on outrageous liquidation practices involving Land Bank. Calls for an urgent independent forensic investigation into Land Bank's liquidation, including lending agreements with agriculture intermediaries, transfer of loan books, procurement of attorney and liquidator appointments, professional fees and recoveries, particularly though where estates were liquidated without any payment immediately, ultimately reaching Land Bank's account, and institute disciplinary, criminal, and civil action against all persons who acted unlawfully without Treasury's approval. Calls for the 2023 SI report into the Office of the Masters in 2020 to be released and for investigation to be extended to the Department of Justice to ensure the compliance with the Insolvency Act. I hereby move.
Thank you very much, Dr. Skierkochel. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next opportunity falls to the Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada.
Thank you, House Chair, and good afternoon. I hereby move without notice.
Good afternoon, Honourable Ndlangisa Nodada. Can we ask you to turn on your video, please? Thank you very much. Please proceed.
I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes that on 9 August 2026, South Africa will mark the 70th anniversary of the 1956 Women's March, when more than 20,000 women marched to the Union buildings to protest the extension of past laws and the Urban Areas Act. Further notes that this year, the commemoration will be held under the theme, Empower Women, Empower the Nation, and will be used to pay tribute to the women of 1956 who fought for human rights, gender equality, and social justice. Acknowledges that their courageous chant, Watinta Bafazi, Watinta Mbokodo, you strike a woman, you strike a rock, continues to inspire South Africa's commitment to advancing gender equality, women's empowerment, and social justice, and takes this opportunity to salute the women led by iconic figures such as Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Rafina Musa, and Sophia Williams de Bruyn. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Delegates, is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now go to the Honourable Montwedi for the next motion without notice. Honourable Montwedi. We move on, Honourable Delegates. The next opportunity falls to the Honourable Molokome.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to honourable members. Chair, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes that on Thursday, the 23rd July 2026, President Cyril Ramaphosa released the National Water Action Plan. Further notes that the National Action Plan is a strategy to address a country's water crisis by improving municipal water services, accelerating infrastructure investment, and tackling corruption. Acknowledges that the National Water Action Plan outlines strategic interventions to address the water crisis over short, medium, and long term, and also takes this opportunity to welcome the plan as a clear signal that government under the leadership of the ANC is firmly committed to ensure a reliable supply of water quality for all South Africans. I so move, House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Molokome. Honourable delegates, is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next honourable member to be recognised will be the Honourable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to yourself and the honourable members. On behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, I hereby submit a motion without notice that the Council notes with profound sadness and concern reports on the tragic incident that occurred on Sunday, the 2nd of August 2026 in Adams Mission, KwaZulu-Natal, in which Xelane Zungu, a 30-year-old, reportedly lost his life after being struck by a municipal water tanker during a confrontation relating to water services delivery, as depicted in widely circulated videos footages, that the Council expresses its sincere condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of the late Mr. Zungu, as well as the communities of Adams Mission during this difficult time. That the Council furthermore condemns any act of violence or reckless conduct that places the lives and safety of members of the public at risk, particularly in the course of provision of essential public services. That the Council notes that South African Police Services has reportedly opened a culpable's homicide investigation into the incident and calls for a thorough, impartial, expeditious investigation so that all relevant facts may be established and any person found have acted unlawfully is held accountable in accordance to the law. Calls upon eThekwini municipality to cooperate fully in the ongoing investigation and to conduct its own internal investigation into the circumstances surrounding the incident. I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable delegates, any objection to that motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honourable delegates, the next opportunity falls to the Honourable Boswell.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Good afternoon to you. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the residents of Sabi and Mpumalanga endured a prolonged E. coli contamination of their drinking water during 2023 and into 2024, posing a serious public health risk and causing significant hardship for residents, businesses, and the tourism sector. Further notes that the Sabi Ratepayers Association and the Sabi Chamber of Commerce commissioned independent water testing after raising concerns over failing wastewater infrastructure, sewer spillages, and the contamination of the Sabi River. Further notes with grave concern that the residents of Sabi are once again reporting foul-smelling and bad-tasting drinking water, raising fears that the underlying causes of the previous contamination have not yet been resolved. Further notes that ongoing illegal mining activities, coupled with deteriorating sewer infrastructure, continue to threaten the integrity of Sabi's water catchment and the health and livelihoods of its residents, and calls upon the Ministers of Water and Sanitation, COCTA, and Mineral and Petroleum Resources, together with the Tabachero local municipality, to urgently investigate the current quality of Sabi's drinking water, make the test results public, rehabilitate the failing sewer infrastructure, and protect the town's water
Thank you,
sources
Honourable Member.
from further degradation.
Unfortunately, your time has expired. The motion will become a notice of motion and will be printed in full on the next order paper. Honourable delegates, we move on. The next member to be given an opportunity is the Honourable Modise. Honourable Modise, you are still muted. If we can ask you to unmute and proceed, please.
Ngiyabonga Salo. Happy Women's Month to all the beautiful women in the house. I hereby move without notice. I hereby move without notice that the Council knows that the next week, Wednesday, 12 August 2026, marks International Youth Day, a day set aside to recognize that while different national and local realities shape young people's life, their aspirations are remarkably the same. Acknowledge that this esteem, different context, common aspiration, demonstrate that young people across the globe are increasingly facing interconnected barriers while working tirelessly to access opportunities, meaningful participation in the leadership of their societies, decent work, quality education, and sustainable future. Further acknowledge that, like many young people across the globe, the youth of South Africa is facing discontenting and persistent high rates of structural unemployment, deep educational and spatial inequalities, and widespread exposure to crime, violence, and mental health strains. And take this opportunity to join the global community in calling on the government to work tirelessly to address the challenges facing young people. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Modise. Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now go to the Honourable Gericke.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby give notice on behalf of the EFF. I bring the notice, submit the motion for Honourable Matapela Soweso. Hereby give notice on behalf of the EFF that Council that is net sitting debate the explosion of drug abuse gripping the youth across all 9 provinces of South Africa, and how this crisis is fueled by deep-seated systemic failures, including high youth unemployment and the lack of recreational infrastructure. I so move, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Gericke. Honourable Gericke, we are busy with motions without notice. That, as you read out, was a notice of a motion, and it will therefore accordingly be treated as such. We move on to the next motion without notice, which will be delivered by the Honourable Finis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with pride that Banyana secure the place in the quarterfinals of the Total Energies CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations with a hard-fought victory over Burkina Faso last night. Further notes that the decisive moment came in the 21st minute when Tembi Kgatlana finished from close range after a well-worked move, thereby securing all 3 points for Banyana, and therefore this is an opportunity to congratulate Banyana on their qualification and to wish Coach Desiree Ellis and the team well in the quarterfinal match against the host nation Morocco. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Finis. Honourable delegates, is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next motion will be delivered by the Honourable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House notes with concern the report of alarming 14,235 active cases involving police officers being investigated by the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, including 198 active corruption cases and 26 fraud investigations. This is a disgrace to the South African Police Service, given that they are entrusted to serve and protect South Africans. UDM calls on IP to appoint more retired detectives for speedily investigation on all allegations against the members of SAPS and ensure that those who are found guilty of involvement on criminal activities and misconduct are held accountable and punished accordingly. UDM further notes for SAPS to find effective strategies to restore honor and integrity on members on the SAPS and restore public trust unto them. I so move.
I beg your pardon. Thank you very much, Honourable Peter. Is there any objection to this motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the Honourable Mokwele.
Thanks very much, House Chairperson and honourable members. House Chair, on
Honourable
behalf
Mokwele,
of...
can we ask you to turn your video on, as you know is required?
Yes, let me turn it on. Thanks very much, House Chair. I don't know if you can allow me to switch it off because I'm not in the good space because of the network. If you can allow me.
Yes, please do so, but you're using your time. Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Mokwele.
No. Thanks very much, House Chair. I hereby, without notice, on behalf of the mighty African National Congress, that note that yesterday, on the 3rd August 2026, the President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, has officially opened Kenya Bella Hospital in Middelburg, Mpumalanga. Further note that Kenya Bella Hospital is the replacement of the upgraded old Middelburg Hospital, which was converted into the new 220-bed facility and named in honor of the leader of the leader of Nzunza Ndebele people, the son of Kim Mabogo. Acknowledge that the new hospital reflects the government commitment to universal health coverage to achieving improved patient outcome, and state that a strong sense of pride, as this is the clear indication of the government commitment to improving public health facility for the full implementation of the National Insurance Act. I so move, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mokwele. Honourable delegates, is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll now go to the Honourable Brits for the next motion.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the DA that this House notes that disruptive floods followed heavy rainfall during early May of this year in the Kokoman municipality. As a result of the floods, a portion of the R62 provincial road between Correda and Ubertina was demolished and severely damaged, leaving the town of Ubertina and the broader adjacent farms of the Langkloof without access to the rest of the Eastern Cape province. The farming community of the Langkloof and the leadership of the Langkloof Landbougemeenskap privately constructed a temporary bypass road to the value of approximately 2 million rand to restore access to the Langkloof. This initiative was funded by the local agricultural community from their own private funds, while Sunroll has not yet reimbursed any expenses involved with this necessary project. This private access road furthermore restored essential health services to this area during a time when government was still planning on an official level, while goods and services came to a halt. This private initiative is an excellent example of the power of strength and unity when a community stands together because of an urgent need. Wherefore, I move that this House congratulates the private farmers, the agricultural community, as well as the Langkloof Landbougemeenskap for the private initiative to construct this access road over private-owned property to restore essential services and access to the rural areas of the Langkloof.
Thank you, Honourable Brits. Just in time, is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next opportunity falls to the Honourable Mananiso.
Thank you, our chairperson. Motion without notice is that I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the council note that last weekend, 1st and 2nd of August 2026, marked the final opportunity for eligible voters to register as Independent Electoral Commission voting stations. Further notes that on the 7th August 2026, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs will announce the date of the 2026 local government elections, acknowledges that the proclamation of the election will result in the closure of the voters' roll at midnight on the 7th of August, and takes this opportunity to call all eligible South Africans, especially the youth, to register online via WhatsApp and to verify their voter registration details to vote for the ANC on the 4th of 2026. So I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Delegates, is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section.
Objection is voting ANC, Chair. The rest is fine.
Drop the latter part.
That's why you're not on.
Okay, Honourable Delegates, there being an objection, you can't object to a part. You can either object entirely or you can agree to the motion. So 2 objections have been raised. The motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of motion. Let's now move on and give Honourable Montwede another chance. Honourable Montwede.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity, and apologies earlier on. I rise on behalf of the EFF
Chairperson,
to move without
can
notice.
Montwede switch on the video?
Chairperson, I can switch on the video.
Chairperson is Honorable Montwede, not just Montwede.
Honourable members, can I have order in the House,
I'm
please?
here. Am I audible?
Honourable Montwede, I must rule you out of order. You are not correctly attired to appear in the House, and so therefore we will not proceed.
You said I must switch on my video.
No, Honourable member, you are out of
Thank
order.
You, Chair. I hereby
We
move
will
on behalf
proceed
of
with the business of the day.
Notes with
No,
consent.
I'm sorry, Honourable Montwede, you may not proceed with your motion. You are not represented appropriately in the House, and we will therefore continue.
No.
Chair.
Even his objection must be withdrawn out.
No, Chair, you can't do that.
What is that? No, stop that thing, Heban.
Honourable Montwede, you are very aware and familiar with our rules. You know that you are required to appear in a certain way in the House. You're also aware and fully aware that we require people to put their videos on. I have asked numerous members to put their videos on today when they were not in compliance. You did so and revealed that you are not correctly representing an honourable member, and I am therefore not allowing you.
I'm not correctly representing an honourable member. You don't
No,
make
you're
an
not.
EFF t-shirt.
No, you're not, sir. You are incorrectly attired.
No,
You are familiar with the rules, honourable member, and we will proceed.
I'm showing my face. That
Honourable
is me
delegates,
behind
Honourable
the mic.
Montwede, I'm giving you your first warning. I have made a ruling. If you don't like it, you are welcome to write to the Rules Committee. I have made a ruling. You may not continue with your motion, and we will now proceed on the order of the day. Honourable Mampuru, what is your point of order?
Honourable Montwede initially.
Yes, Honourable Mampuru, I think maybe, can I ask you to turn your video on, please?
Chair, I can't turn my video on. There is no signal here.
Yeah, Honourable Mampuru,
I can't turn on my signal.
can I ask you to turn your video on, please?
It is impossible, Chair. I'm in the remote area. There is no signal here.
Then unfortunately, one of your colleagues will need to. Thank you very much. That is sufficient. At least we are able to recognize you. What is your point of order, sir?
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Montwede made a point that where he is at a remote area which does not have a signal, which he emphasized it clearly. And Honourable Mananiso insisted that Honourable Montwede must switch on his camera, considering that he's doing organizational work where he is because we are out towards elections, which he did. Now, when you say he cannot speak because he does not look appropriate, it's something else which cannot be accepted. Honourable Montwede, hence he struggled initially to submit his motion, let us allow him to submit his motion, considering that there is a problem of network where we are, because this government cannot provide our people with signal all over the country, just like it's happening everywhere. So Honorable Montwedi must be allowed to make his input as an honorable member of this institution. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for your thoughts, Honorable Mampuru.
Point of order, please.
Unfortunately, sorry, Honorable Badenhorst, if you can allow me to rule. What is your point of order, Honorable Badenhorst?
Yeah, that's exactly my point of order, Chair. It states clearly in our rules, if you look at the 69, Rule 69, that 12, the presiding officer's ruling on a point of order is final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Badenhorst. Honorable Mampuru, you are out of order indeed. I have made a ruling and your inputs are neither factual nor correct. The point is that we are today, regardless of where we are, engaged in the business of Parliament. We are not doing organizational work this afternoon. We are here to participate in an important debate. And the order and decorum of the House is to be protected, and the normal rules apply. I have made my ruling. You are welcome, as indicated, to write to the Rules Committee if you are unhappy with my ruling. But the ruling is final, and Honorable Mampuru, I beg your pardon, Honorable Montwedi may not continue with his motion. Honorable Mampuru, if you are rising
Chair,
on the same point of order, I am going to rule you out of order. You may address me briefly.
Point of order,
wait your
Chairperson.
turn, please, Honorable Montwedi. Honorable Mampuru.
Who should come first, Chair? Me or Honorable Montwedi?
I've asked you to go first. I've recognized you first, Honorable Mampuru.
Chair, it is neither by choice or desire that Honorable Montwedi's area does not have signal. It is the failure of this government, just like everywhere else. It happens the same thing in Venda.
Honorable Mampuru, you are out of order. I've made my ruling, and it is his choice. Honorable Mampuru, if you can mute yourself, please.
Because there's no signal. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Honorable Mampuru, your second warning. Please mute yourself. Thank you very much indeed. Honorable Montwedi, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Chairperson. My point of order is that the purpose of the video being switched on is to confirm if the person speaking is myself. You have indeed confirmed that it's me speaking. I'm placing it on record that you denied me an opportunity because you saw an EFF red t-shirt. But it's
Honorable
for you
Montwedi, I've made my ruling and I've told you.
me speaking, not
Honorable
what
Montwedi, you're out of order.
You chose to check what
Honorable
I'm
Montwedi,
confirm if
Honorable
it's me
Montwedi, you are
speaking.
out of order.
I'll write it to the.
Yes, please do so. You are out of order. I've made my ruling. It's quite clear that you are not correctly attired to present yourself in the House and the Chamber in terms of our rules. Where
It's not true. The rules does not say that. It's not true.
Point of order,
It is
Chair.
explicit that you may not
Order,
display party regalia. You may not display party regalia when you appear in the House.
I was displaying my face.
Honorable Montwedi, I've made my ruling. You are not going to change my mind. This is your final warning. If you interrupt me again, you will be removed from the platform. Honorable Badenhorst, on what are you rising?
Chair, I was going to rise in Rule 52 because Rule 52 1C now becomes applicable.
Just let me get there. Honorable Member. Yes, please proceed.
No, Chair, this honourable member has been repetitive with his disruptions, and I think it's now time that the presiding officer invokes Rule 52C. The delegate's conduct is grossly disorderly and asks him to leave the House. So we can
Indeed, I have given him his final warning, Honourable Badenhorst. Thank you for that. I did indeed, just before you rose on your point of order, I gave him his final warning, and one more such attempt to undermine the chairperson will result in his expulsion from the House for the remainder of the afternoon. Honourable delegates, we will now proceed to the order of the day. It's the consideration on the report on the 2026 Taking Parliament to the People programme, which took place in the Northwest Province from the 11th of May to the 15th of May 2026 under the theme Ensuring a People-Centered Local Government Towards Building Better Communities. The report was printed in the announcements, tablings and committee reports document on the 20th of July 2026 on page 5. Honourable delegates, we are here to proceed with the debate. We have been presented with a speakers list, and I now call on the Honourable P. Govender, who's the Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, to open the debate. Honourable Govender, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair Ryder. Good afternoon to the Honourable Chairperson in absentia, the Honourable Ministers that are in the platform, Honourable MECs present, Honourable Members of this House and the SALGA representatives. Honourable House Chair, before I proceed, allow me to congratulate Banyanya on securing a place in the quarterfinals of the Women's African Cup of Nations, and I want to wish them every success on behalf of the NCOP in the matches that they will play in the future. Let them bring the trophy home. Honourable House Chair, I am presenting this report on behalf of the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces on the 2026 Taking Parliament to the People program undertaken in the Northwest Province from the 11th to the 15th of May 2026 under the theme, I quote, ensuring a people-centered local government towards building better communities, unquote. Honourable members, before I turn to the content of this report, it is necessary that this House be reminded of why it exists and why the exercise we report on today is not a courtesy visit to the provinces, but a constitutional duty. The Constitution of 1996 established the NCOP to represent the provinces in the national sphere of government, to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national legislative process, and to serve as the national forum for public consideration of issues affecting the provinces. Critically, this House was also constituted to provide for the representation of municipalities through organized local government. We are, in other words, the only House of Parliament with local government written into its constitutional DNA. That mandate is not figurative. The Constitution assigns this House specific binding oversight powers over the relationship between the spheres of government, namely, to approve and periodically review national executive interventions in provinces in terms of Section 101B, to approve and review provincial interventions in municipalities in terms of Section 1391B, to resolve disputes concerning provincial administrative capacity in terms of Section 125(4), to participate in decisions to alter the transfer of funds to provinces in terms of Section 216, and to approve delegated legislation in the circumstances provided for in Section 146(6). Honourable members, taken together, these provisions make this council the constitutional guardian against governance failure and service delivery breakdown wherever they may occur, provincial or local. And at the center of that guardianship sits our responsibility for intergovernmental relations, monitoring whether the three spheres of government are in practice cooperating as the Constitution requires them to. It is this mandate, public participation, oversight of local government and intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance that gives birth to the program we report on today. Honourable members, this council launched the Taking Parliament to the People program in 2002, precisely to give practical effect to that constitutional mandate. Its objectives are threefold. First, to bring members of this parliament, members of the provincial legislatures, and municipal councillors into direct physical contact with the communities they serve through public hearings and site visits focused on service delivery. Second, to compel the executive, national, provincial, and local, to account in public before the very citizens affected by its decisions. Ministers, MECs, and municipal leadership do not just send reports, they stand before communities and answer to them directly. Third, to close the loop between Parliament and the people through the highest office in the land. The program traditionally concludes with an address by the President or Deputy President of the country, followed by a debate involving premiers, NCOP delegates, and organized local government reflecting on the state of the provinces. The choice of province is never arbitrary. It is informed by an honest assessment of service delivery need. This House first visited the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality in the Northwest in 2008, where it identified healthcare and educational failures, drug abuse, high unemployment, inequality, economic stagnation, weak cooperative governance, poverty, safety and security concerns. Honorable members, in 2026, 18 years later, this council found that those very challenges still exist and in many instances have worsened. Despite a growing number of indigent households, access to free basic education has declined, driven by fiscal pressure, weak revenue collection, and the rising unrecoverable debt. It was this deterioration that necessitated our return, this time to the city of Matlosana local municipality. Honorable delegates, this exercise does not happen in a vacuum. It is the service delivery arm at ground level of the priorities this democratic state has set for itself nationally. The National Development Plan 2030 remains our long-term compass. Built on the foundation, Cabinet approved the Medium-Term Development Plan 2024-2029 on the 25th of February 2025. The blueprint for the Government of National Unity for the 7th administration, informed by the President's opening of Parliament address of 18th July 2024. The MTDP integrates this statement of intent with the NDP 2030, and it commits government through a whole of government approach to align national, provincial, and local priorities, budgets, and service delivery mechanisms around three strategic priorities, namely, to drive inclusive economic growth and job creation, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Honorable members, those are not abstractions drafted in Pretoria and forgotten. Every single one of those three priorities are precisely what we went to test on the ground in Matlosana. Taking Parliament to the people is where the medium-term development plan meets the potholes, the clinic queues, the unlit streets, and the dry taps. It is the mechanism by which this council verifies in the language of the people themselves whether national planning is translating into improvement of their lived realities or merely into paperwork. Allow me now, House Chair, to take this House through a summary of what the delegation found around the 5 thematic areas of oversight that structure this report. Theme 1, Economic Development and Job Creation. Our delegation visited the PC Plessa Airport, the Khotkopi, Heritage Hill, and the Matlosana Face Produce Market, together with the Krugersdorp Labor Center and the Potchefstroom College of Agriculture. Honorable members, these are assets of real untapped economic potential in aviation, heritage tourism, agro-processing, and skills development. Yet every single one is constrained by the same triad of failure, namely weak governance, aging infrastructure, and poor coordination between the three spheres. Honorable delegates, potential without coordination is potential wasted. Theme 2, Health. The delegation found hospitals and clinics under severe strain. The Switzerland Community Health Center, the Nico Bodenstein District Hospital, Makwese Clinic, Tigana Community Healthcare Center, Kanana Clinic, and the Grace Nkomo Community Health Center among them. Overcrowding, aging infrastructure, staff shortages, and limited resources are undermining patient care and safety. Long waiting times and unreliable utilities were a constant thread. The Council has recommended infrastructure upgrades, increased staffing, improved security, and modernization of systems as non-negotiable. Theme 3, electricity. At the Kuma and Kanana high mast lighting projects, delays and non-functionality were traced directly to financial constraints, governance weaknesses, and ESCOM-related failures. And yet, honorable members, the Orkney Solar PV project demonstrates that this should not be our fate. It shows genuine promise for energy security and local job creation. What stalls a project like the Urban Blue Gas to Power initiative is not a shortage of ideas. It is poor planning, coordination failure, and weak accountability, precisely the intergovernmental weaknesses the NCOP exists to correct. Theme 4, water, sanitation, and mining. The Klerksdorp and Aartsbeersfontein wastewater treatment works were found to be non-operational, discharging untreated sewage and creating serious environmental and health hazards for the community around them. Mining-linked initiatives, including SMME integration with Harmony Gold and rehabilitation of the Scott Rock Dump, showed potential but remain hindered by incomplete infrastructure and weak planning across that area. Infrastructure neglect of this kind is not a technical failure. It is a governance failure, and it must be named as such. Theme 5, human settlements and roads. From the P13-4 road between Wolmaranstad and Wesselsbrom to Matlosana Estate Extensions 10 and the 1149 to Kuma Village, housing and road infrastructure projects are significantly delayed by funding constraints, poor project management, and weak coordination, compounded by vandalism and illegal occupation. Communities continue to endure incomplete services and prolonged displacement. This is the daily lived experience of the very people this House was constituted to serve. Honorable members, across all 5 themes, the public hearings told us the same story from the mouths of the citizens themselves, these being housing backlogs, corruption in allocations, prolonged water outages, prolonged power outages, and energy poverty, failing health infrastructure and limited economic opportunities for the youth, and unreliable water supply, undermining both livelihoods and food security. Honorable members, every single finding I have just placed before you converges on one word, that is coordination. Not funding alone, not political will, but coordination between national departments, provincial departments, and municipalities that too often work in parallel rather than in concert with each other. This is precisely why this House, and this House alone, carries the constitutional responsibility to hold that coordination together. It is why Section 100 exists, why Section 139 exists, why our oversight of intergovernmental relations exists. The Taking Parliament to the People program is not simply an oversight exercise conducted once every few years. It is the practical face-to-face expression of the NCOP's unique coordinating mandate between the 3 spheres of government, the very mandate with which I open these remarks. The delegation recommendations are therefore clear and must be treated as such by this House. Urgent strengthening of governance, accountability, and oversight across every sector visited, improved intergovernmental coordination, enhanced monitoring, decisive action against maladministration, and the accelerated infrastructure rehabilitation, backed by adequate resourcing and firm commitment timelines. As I conclude, Honorable House Chair, the chairperson of this council, Honorable Nsweni Tsepane, reminded delegates at Matlosana that this program exists to strengthen public participation, oversight, and cooperation amongst all three spheres of government, and to connect leadership with the daily realities of our communities. She reaffirmed this Parliament's commitment to equity, social justice, and improved service delivery outcomes. And I associate myself fully with these sentiments. The people of Matlosana did not ask this delegation for sympathy, nor grandstanding by some about how other municipalities function. They asked for water in taps, lights that work, clinics that are staffed, roads that are passable, and a state that keeps its word. This report tells us in granular and factual detail where government is failing to keep its word. And it places on record the commitments made by the executive to course correct. It now fails upon this House to do what only this House can do, and that is to hold every sphere of government.
As you conclude, please, Deputy Chair.
Yes, I am concluding. This report tells us in granular and factual detail where government is failing to keep its word and places on record the commitments made by the executive to course correct. It now fails on this House to do what only this House can do. Every sphere of government, to hold every sphere of government to those commitments through the coordinating instrument that the Constitution has placed in our hands. Honorable members, I hereby table the report before the NCOP, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, for opening the debate. We now proceed to the next speaker in the debate, and it is the Honourable Mabibo.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister and Deputy Ministers, honourable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and privilege to participate in this important debate of water and sanitation and human settlement. There are no simply government programs or budget items. They represent the everyday realities of millions of South Africans. They determine whether a child can attend a school in dignity, whether a mother can prepare food with clean water, whether families can live in safe and healthy environment, and whether communities can look to the future with hope. The Constitution guarantees every South African the right to have access to sufficient water, adequate housing, and an environment that is not harmful to health or well-being. These rights cannot remain aspiration on paper. They must become a lived reality. Honorable Chairperson, the 2026 Taking Parliament to the People program in the Northwest Province presented Parliament with an opportunity to hear directly from our people and to witness the challenges they face daily. The report is honest, comprehensive, and deeply concerning. It reveals communities battling water shortages, overflowing sewage system, delayed housing project, deteriorating infrastructure, and weakness in governance. The report also reminds us why parliamentary oversight matters. It is through direct engagement with communities that we are able to measure whether government programs are improving people's lives or whether they require urgent intervention. Perhaps no issue generated greater concern than the state of water infrastructure. Community after community described unreliable water supply, aging infrastructure, burst pipelines, and prolonged interruptions. Some residents continue to rely on water tankers, while others are forced to purchase water because municipal systems are unable to provide a reliable supply. Water is not a luxury, water is life. Without water, there cannot be health, no education, no agriculture, no economic development, and no human dignity. The report further highlights the poor state of wastewater treatment works. During oversight visit, wastewater treatment facilities were found to be either operational or functioning, well below acceptable standards. Untreated sewage continues to flow into the rivers and streams, polluting the environment and exposing surrounding communities to serious health risk. The situation threatens biodiversity, containment, drinking water sources, and places additional pressure on already struggling healthcare facilities. These failures cannot simply be blamed on aging infrastructure. They are also symptoms of poor planning, inadequate maintenance, weak project management, vandalism, funding constraints, and insufficient accountability. Honorable Chairperson, the sanitation challenges highlighted in the report are equally disturbing. Residents spoke of sewage flowing through the streets, entering homes, and creating unbearable living conditions. Children are forced to play near contaminated water, while families endure foul smells every day. Poor sanitation is more than an inconvenience. It contributes directly to the disease outbreaks, environmental degradation, and declining quality of life. No democratic society should accept these conditions as normal. The executive has committed itself to improving maintenance programs, rehabilitating sewer infrastructure, and strengthening municipal capacity. These commitments are welcome. However, our responsibility as Parliament is to ensure that these commitments are implemented, monitored, and completed within agreed timeframes. Communities deserve actions, not endless promises. Honourable members, the reports equally paint a worrying picture regarding human settlement. Residents express frustration over housing backlogs stretching over many years. Many people remain on waiting lists despite having applied decades ago. Others occupied incomplete houses that were abandoned by contractors. Some completed housing projects remain unoccupied while deserving beneficiaries continue living in informal settlements. The report further records allegations of poor workmanship, corruption, irregular housing allocation, and significant delays in issuing the title deeds. These issues undermine public confidence in government. Housing is not merely about constructing halls and roofs. A home provides security. It creates stability. It allows families to build wealth and pass opportunities to future generations. When housing delivery fails, entire communities remain trapped in poverty. The report also highlights the plight of elderly persons, people living with disabilities, and vulnerable households who continues living in unsafe conditions despite existing government programs intended to prioritize them. We cannot claim success while our most vulnerable citizens continues waiting for the dignity they deserve. One of the strongest messages emerging from the report is that human settlement cannot be developed in isolation. Housing development requires bulk water infrastructure. They require functioning sanitation system. They require electricity. They require roads, schools, clinics, and public roads. Without integrated planning, houses becomes isolated structures instead of sustainable communities. Government commitment to strengthening integrated planning through the district development model is therefore both necessary and welcome. The department responsible of water and sanitation, electricity, roads, housing must work together instead of operating in silos. Integrated service delivery is essential if we are to maximize public investment and improve outcomes. Honorable members, the report repeatedly identifies governance as one of the biggest obstacles to service delivery. Projects remains incomplete because of contractors fail to deliver. Infrastructure deteriorates because maintenance is neglected. Communities lose confidence because communication is poor. Public funds are spent without producing the expected results. Good governance is not optional. It is the foundation upon which effective service delivery depends. Where there is transparency, projects succeed. Where there is accountability, public trust grows. Where there is oversight, corruption is reduced. Where there is consequence management, performance improves. The recommendation contained in the report correctly called for stronger monitoring, improved reporting, better intergovernmental coordination, and decisive action against maladministration. As Parliament, we must ensure that these recommendations do not remain words on paper. They must translate into measurable improvements in the community. Honorable Chairperson, I am encouraged by several commitments made during the engagement. Government has committed to accelerating block housing project, improve the title deed delivery, strengthening oversight of contractors, introducing digital housing registration system, rehabilitating water infrastructure, and improving coordination across all spheres of government. These initiatives provide hope, but hope must always be accompanied by implementation. Our communities have waited long enough. Honorable members, this report also reminds us that community participation remains essential. Residents are not merely beneficiaries of government programs. They are partners in development. Communities must receive regular updates on projects affecting them. What committees must remain functional? Public participation must continue long after parliamentary visits have ended. When communities are informed, involved, and respected, service delivery improves. Honorable Chairperson, water and sanitation and human settlements are directly linked to economic development. Reliable water support agriculture, mining, and industry. Safe sanitation reduces healthcare costs. Well-planned settlements attract investment. Infrastructure development creates employment and stimulates local economies. Every investment made in basic service is therefore an investment in economic growth and social stability. The findings contained in the report
Honorable Mabibo, your signal appears to have failed you.
Municipal capacity. We must improve planning. We must eliminate corruption. We must hold contractors accountable. Above all, we must restore the confidence of the people. Our communities are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for government to fulfill its constitutional obligation. They are asking for clean water. They are asking for functional sanitation. They are asking for decent homes. They are asking for dignity. As public representatives, we both a constitutional and moral responsibility to ensure that these expectations are met. Let us recommit ourselves to building municipalities that deliver quality service. Let us ensure that every public rent spent improves the lives of our people. Let us strengthen oversight, accountability, and cooperation across all spheres of government. Together, we can build communities where every household has to access clean water, safe sanitation, and decent human settlement. That is the South African envisioned by our Constitution. That is the South Africa our people deserve. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mabebo. Honourable delegates, the next participant in the debate is the Honourable Adriansa, who has 7 minutes. Honourable Adriansa. Please go ahead, Honourable Adriansa.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, fellow South Africans, colleagues, members, good day. Matlosana, as we alluded to, it was already discovered in 2008 when the NCOP visited the Dr. Kaikai District Municipality that there was a municipality in decline. Except now, during this oversight visit, the same service delivery issues has gotten even worse. The streets where raw sewer, dodging potholes, and being without water have become the norm. The place where residents have stopped asking whether government will help and instead ask, do they care? Our Constitution does not promise citizens overflowing sewer and roads that resemble obstacle courses, days of water interruptions, illegal dumping, collapsing infrastructure, and a municipality that has forgotten who it serves. Let me remind you, it actually promises dignity, a safe environment, and above all, an accountable government. South Africans watched as Memo Tlapuli, Sylvia Msetli, courageously spoke before Parliament, describing the devastating impact these sewer spillages had on her family and her community. She gave a voice to thousands who had suffered in silence, and today she's no longer with us. Whether or not her passing is linked to these conditions is not the point. The point is she should never have had to beg for basic human dignity in a constitutional democracy. But has anything changed since then? Promises have once again been replaced by municipal excuses. Calls still go unanswered, especially when there's a crisis and it's a Friday. Municipal fuel cards are not issued or delayed. Municipal vehicle licenses have lapsed, bringing service delivery to a standstill. Electricity issues remain unresolved, and wait for it. The offices of the electricity department closed today due to lack of water supply. And more, sewer problems continue unabated. Water interruptions continue for days. Honourable Madhudina will be speaking later in the debate. We need you to tell us that you have heard the community, that you've heard us. The site visit to the Klerksdorp wastewater treatment works during the week was a massive shock and revelation to some, but for others, it was something that we have reported on without success or even a response. When Honourable Ryder led the deadline scene, not because of the vandalism that took place there, but because nothing has been done since. And the best that the Department of Water and Sanitation could come up with was a simple statement that they have sent a compliance notice. Last week, residents from the Alabama and surrounding communities after days without water, resorted to collecting water from an unfixed leaking pipe out of sheer desperation. Pipes continued to burst due to lack of maintenance and uncontrolled water pressure. Sewer spillages continue in Joburton, Alabama, to name but a few. Sewer spillages have become a permanent feature of daily life. The stench is unbearable, the health risk unmentionable, and yet the residents are just expected to live with it. Minister, you have previously argued that you lack the powers to intervene. Respectfully, that is incorrect. While municipalities are responsible for water and sanitation services, Section 63 of the Water Services Act empowers the minister to intervene where they fail. Section 19 of the National Water Act and Section 28 of NEMA also impose duties to prevent pollution. Untreated sewer flowing into rivers is not merely poor service delivery, it's unlawful. You have both the authority and the responsibility to act. And the roads? But wait, there's more. If you drive in a straight line in Matlosana, something must be seriously amiss, especially in Stilfontein, where you have to do the dodge and pothole crawl. We must be clear. Parliamentary oversight cannot become a political photo opportunity or tick-box exercise that municipalities simply ignore. Parliament was there in 2008 and identified all these issues. And when we returned in 2026, those issues have merely been exacerbated. We must ask ourselves, is this parliamentary oversight achieved what it set out to achieve? The answer is a simple no. As the DA permanent delegate from Northwest, I will ensure that the NCOP follows through on the recommendations stemming from this oversight. The only question is, when will this perfect ANC-run storm finally end for the residents of Matlosana? The local government elections is your time to decide. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Adriansa. Honourable delegates, we now continue with the debate and we'll hear from the Ministry now. It's the turn of the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, who might be tired of our house 2 days in a row, but we welcome you back, Honourable Hlabisa.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I just hope I'm quite audible enough. Thank you very much. Let me greet the honorable members of the NCOP, fellow South Africans. Good afternoon. We are gathered here today to update honorable members about the progress achieved in dealing with the pressing challenges affecting the functioning of the city of Matlosana local municipality in Northwest Province. The city of Matlosana, which was profiled through Taking Parliament to the People program, reflects many challenges. This includes poor financial management, inadequate service delivery, governance weaknesses, and allegations of corruption. The 2026 Taking Parliament to People report identified persistent service delivery challenges in Matlosana, including shortcomings in water provision, sanitation, electricity supply, and refuse removal. POCTA continues to support municipalities in Northwest, including Matlosana, to strengthen their governance environment. By March 2026, reports showed that unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure remained a severe challenge for municipalities in Northwest, including Matlosana. The province continues to battle high levels of non-compliance, weak consequence management, and significant financial strain across several municipalities. Honorable members, the financial challenges confronting the city of Matlosana are of such significance that the Northwest Provincial Executive Council resolved to invoke Section 139, subsection 5 of the Constitution and place the municipality under a mandatory financial recovery plan. A Provincial Executive Council representative has since been appointed, while National COGTA, MISA, Provincial Treasury, and Provincial COGTA continue to support implementation of the recovery measures. This intervention reflects the seriousness of the municipality's financial position, but it also demonstrates government's determination to restore financial stability, strengthen accountability, and create conditions necessary for sustainable service delivery. Support for the functionality of the MPEC continues. While MPEC in Matlosana have been meeting regularly as prescribed by the legislation, the true measure of success must be reflected in stronger oversight, effective consequence management, and a visible reduction in recurring, unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. The department has also established a national MPEC structure comprising National Treasury, SALCA, and the Auditor General of South Africa, and all 9 provincial departments responsible for local government. Through this structure, MPECs are monitored and supported on matters relating to oversight, performance, and functionality. The recent withholding of equitable share allocations by National Treasury also served as a stark reminder that compliance, consequence management, and sound financial governance are not optional requirements. Municipalities that fail to meet their statutory obligations place themselves at risk of losing resources that are critical for service delivery. For this reason, government has worked closely with the National Treasury and all relevant stakeholders to ensure that corrective measures are implemented while safeguarding the interests of communities who rely on municipal services. The people of Matlosana should never become unintended victims of failures within the municipal administration. The Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality, including the city of Matlosana, received support in the review of the second generation one plan of the district development model. This support included participation in the DDM technical committee meetings and the one plan technical review sessions held during February 2026. Through the DDM, DCOC continues to support a number of strategic catalytic projects aimed at unlocking economic potential and improving the municipality's long-term development prospects. These projects include regional agri-park and farmer production support units, the Vetport Dam resort development, mining infrastructure repurposing, new landfill sites, and solid waste cells, and the international fresh produce market. Together, these initiatives seek to stimulate investment, support local enterprise development, and create employment opportunities and strengthen the economic base of the Matlosana municipality. A recent assessment of the functionality of the DDM and the intergovernmental relation structures in the district found that both the political and technical structures must be moderately functional. While this indicates that the necessary institutional platforms are in place, it equally points to the need for stronger coordination, improved implementation of discipline, and greater accountability across all spheres of government if development commitments are to translate into meaningful improvement plans to advance our communities when it comes to service delivery. The Community Works Program continues to provide meaningful support within Matlotsana municipality. While the program initially enrolled 591 participants, it currently supports 581 active participants across Kuma, Jubaton, Kanana, and Tikhane, where participants are assisting with a range of community-based service delivery initiatives that contribute to cleaner, safer, and more dignified living environments. Honorable Chairperson, the government has made available 22.9 million through Municipal Disaster Recovery Grant to support the reconstruction and rehabilitation of infrastructure damaged by floods within Matlotsana municipality. These funds were transferred in February 2026 and cover 7 infrastructure projects within the municipalities. Communities that were affected by disaster cannot be expected to wait indefinitely for reconstruction and recovery. It is therefore imperative that municipal leadership acts within great urgency to accelerate implementation and ensure that these resources deliver tangible improvements to the lives of the affected resident. The National Disaster Management Center and MISA will continue to support the municipality of Matlotsana and the province in overcoming implementation challenges and improving delivery performance. However, support interventions must ultimately translate into completed projects and improved living conditions for the people of Matlotsana. When it comes to municipal infrastructure grant, POCTA support has also included deploying technical experts, the engineers and town planners to Northwest Province and specifically to Matlotsana municipality through MISA. MISA provides technical assistance to strengthen municipal capacity for service planning and delivery, as well as the operation and maintenance of key municipal infrastructure projects. It is our wish that the municipality must never experience this money going back to National Treasury because they failed to use it. That is why we maximize the support we are providing in terms of MISA, providing engineers to assist the municipality to accelerate service delivery. Yes, Honorable Chairperson, some of service delivery challenges that have been identified in this municipality include the sewer challenges, including sewage overflowing in Alabama caused by poor maintenance, aging, and vandalized infrastructure with limited capacity, low wastewater risk management, shortages of qualified staff to operate plants, unlicensed wastewater treatment works, poor sludge management, poor quality of final effluent discharge into water bodies, and a decreasing green drop score of 11.9%. Another challenge in this municipality is water supply. And the third challenge is the non-availability of bulk infrastructure for human settlement project. And the fourth challenge in this municipality is the lack of sound asset management practices. And the fifth challenge are roads-related challenges, which include potholes, inadequate routing and scheduled maintenance, inadequate stormwater drainage systems, and the absence of roads and stormwater master plan. Lastly, electricity-related challenges present a serious challenge in this municipality, which include cable theft, vandalism of substation, tampering with electricity meters, overloaded infrastructure, poor metering infrastructure, and ESCOM debt of more than 2.4 billion. COGTA will continue to provide concerted effort in supporting Matlotsana in overcoming the challenges that I have provided above. MESA recently has deployed technical support to assist on MIG projects, water services infrastructure grant, neighborhood development partnership grant, and INEP funded projects through project initiation, planning, implementation, and contract management support. MESA further supports the municipality by assessing and reviewing technical reports for MIG-related projects and assisting with the adoption and implementation of sound asset management practices and advising on operational technical governance matters to improve service delivery. The city of Matlosana has been urged to develop a water and sanitation asset management plan that will include future infrastructure planning, replacement and upgrading, operation and maintenance, and infrastructure disposal plan. The review and implementation of water infrastructure recovery and optimization plan should ensure adequate pressure, improved leak management, and expanded household access. The community of Matlosana must also play its part by safeguarding critical infrastructure and protecting it against vandalism. Because, Honorable Chair, we cannot afford to spend money on one and the same project and got vandalized by the community because it becomes a negative effect on the advancement of development in our communities. We want to appeal to our communities to play their part. We also want to appeal to business people to invest in the local economic development programs and help create jobs.
Thank you, Minister.
Particularly for young people. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your inputs. Much appreciated. Honourable delegates, we now move on to the Eastern Cape province. The MEC for COGTA in the Eastern Cape is the Honourable Williams. Honourable Williams, you have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Greetings to you, greetings to members of the House. The President of SALGA, Honourable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, all Honourable Ministers present, Provincial Whips, and everyone present in the House, Honourable Delegates, I'm honoured to participate in this important debate that is coined as ensuring a people-centered local government towards building better communities. This engagement follows the recent Taking Parliament to the People program, which was held in Matlosana local municipality, where communities spoke candidly about the realities they face, and where national leadership, including President Ramaphosa, was present to listen and engage. This sitting also takes place at a significant moment as we approach the next local government elections. It is therefore a time not only for reflection, but for honesty and decisive action, because communities are not asking for promises, they are asking for service delivery. During the Matlosana engagement, residents raised concerns that are echoed across the country, including the Eastern Cape. They spoke of persistent housing backlogs, poor quality and incomplete projects, allegations of corruptions in allocations, delays in issuing of title deeds, unsafe living conditions, and weak communications between municipalities and the people. Above all, they linked the daily pain of unreliable water, sanitation, and electricity to weaknesses in governance, accountability, and consequence management. Chairperson, this is the current national mood, and we must confront it with the seriousness it deserves. Local government is the sphere of government closest to the people. It is where service delivery becomes real. A tap that works, a road that is safe, refuse removal schedule that is reliable, a toilet that is dignified, a community facility that is maintained, and a municipality that responds when people call. For these reasons, the sustainability of local government depends on sound planning, credible budgeting, disciplined financial management, and accountability chain that works without fear or favor. Yet, Chairperson, we must also be frank about why municipalities continue to struggle. Across municipalities, we continue to see weaknesses in oversight by councils, underperforming committees, internal audit units that are either weak or dysfunctional, and repeated failure to implement the recommendations of the Auditor General. Planning and budgeting processes are not always followed with the necessary discipline, which undermines consultation, readiness, and ability to deliver services. We also face cross-cutting constraints that directly block service delivery, shortage of skills, low and inconsistent spending on capital projects, inefficiencies across procurement and supply chain processes. Municipal finances remain under strain, as can be seen in the recent 216 by National Treasury. Poor revenue management, rising consumer debt, and recurring cycle of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. They erode the ability of municipalities to fund their operations and maintain infrastructure. Chairperson, while we acknowledge these structural problems, the Eastern Cape is not standing still. In the Eastern Cape, we've adopted a risk-adjusted strategy that is deliberately designed to accelerate spending while ensuring that spending translates into services, especially for the poor and working class communities. The central focus of this approach is simple. Budgets must move, projects must reach communities, and service delivery must be felt on the ground and not remain on paper. We can safely say, Chairperson, that it is not without challenges. Water scarcity and supply constraints remain a real and stubborn difficulty in parts of our province. However, our municipalities supported by the province are pushing very hard to stabilize water provision. Priorities including critical interventions, improvement of planning processes, ensuring that resources are directed to areas of greatest need. The goal is to prevent under-expenditure on the one hand and poor quality or rushed delivery on the other. Our approach is to manage risk actively while driving implementation with speed. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to make mention of an important intervention we've also adopted across the length and breadth of the province, a standardized booklet of operating procedures. This is aimed at strengthening governance, tightening administrative discipline, and ensuring uniformity in how municipalities execute core functions, especially where recurring failures have been identified. The purpose of this intervention is practical. We've observed that even where policies exist and even where we've taken a decision as government to employ competent and qualified personnel, the outputs in certain instances did not reflect the competencies that are present on paper. This gap between qualifications and performance is a risk to service delivery and a risk to public trust. As a result, Chair, we have adopted a structured engagement with municipalities. We will be beginning at district level, engaging senior management directly to establish the reasons for underperformance and delayed delivery of services. Immediately thereafter, we assess the performance of local management in all municipalities. This approach will enable us to make clear evidence-based decision-making on what support is required and what corrective measures must be applied and where decisive intervention is necessary. This process is not about creating fear. It is about restoring accountability and building a culture of performance. Where there's excellence, it must be recognized and replicated. Where there's failure, it must be corrected. And where there is misconduct, there must be consequences. In strengthening oversight and accountability in local government, the Eastern Cape emphasizes on the following priorities: placing interests and consistent focus on audit outcomes, using them as a management and oversight tool, not a yearly ritual; ensuring audit action plans are implemented with timeframes, responsibilities assigned, and ongoing monitoring; enforcing quarterly performance and financial reporting with clear follow-up on deviations; applying consequence management where there are breaches and non-performance or financial misconduct; strengthening the capacity of councillors to exercise meaningful oversight over the administration; ensuring oversight bodies and audit committees are led by persons with required skills and independence; promoting merit-based appointments and tightening the performance management so that accountability is real. A people-centered local government we all speak about will not be achieved through slogans. It will be achieved when we shift from politics of patronage to politics of performance, when plans translate into delivery, when budgets translate into services, and when accountability is not negotiable. Success will not be measured by what we say in manifestos, but by whether residents consistently receive clean water, reliable electricity, safe roads, effective refuse removal, dignified sanitation, sound financial management, and leadership that is transparent and accountable. This is the essence of the developmental local government we've all been dreaming about. And it is the commitment of the Eastern Cape government to continue working with municipalities to ensure that our people feel the presence of our municipalities where it matters most in their daily lives. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC Williams. Honourable delegates, the next participant in the debate is once again one of the ministers. This time it's the Minister of Water and Sanitation. It's the Honourable Majudina, who has 15 minutes. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, to honourable members of the NCOP, my colleagues, ministers on the platform, MECs, the President of SALGA. Honourable Chair, let me appreciate the report as tabled by the Deputy Chair of the NCOP. This report reflects the hardships that our people go through in terms of service delivery. Chair, I will restrain myself from responding to politicking towards local government elections as it was done by Honourable Andreas. I'm not here for that. The people have spoken. What needs to be done? We must move straight to where the issues are, to say, here's the report. How do we make the report be an action plan? That is what I'm going to focus on, because I can see that there's misalignment of the honorable member in understanding what is the role of our department and the intervention thereof. I can't imagine being expected to go and take over the municipality function in 257 municipalities with the 22 billion allocation that I have. So maybe some other time, when in the next 25 to 70 years to come, that when she's a minister, she might take over the role of municipalities. Allow me, Chair, to say, what next? The department acknowledges that many municipalities, including Matlosana municipality, continue to experience significant challenges in delivering reliable water and sanitation services. Underinvestment in infrastructure, inadequate maintenance, financial constraints, institutional capacity, as Minister Shabisa has contextualized this correctly. For this reason, honorable members, the department's response to support distressed municipalities extends beyond infrastructure funding alone, but DWS support municipalities through infrastructure grant while strengthening implementation, oversight, regulatory compliance, monitoring, and enforcement. When it comes to pollution and polluters, we enforce the law, and there are about 96 municipalities and private individuals and companies that we have taken to court, that we've opened dockets for polluting the rivers. So if this honorable member who was speaking here on behalf of DA Honorable Andreas says then we must do our work, we are. If you're not aware, we are doing our work. Honorable Chair, the department performs two complementary functions: supporting sustainable water and sanitation services. During this financial year, 2025-26, the department allocated 70 million through our water service infrastructure grant within this municipality. These include projects in Joburton, Kuma, and Kanana. She better listen properly. What is that we're going to do to turn around the situation? These are intended to improve services to communities in the city of Matlosana. The status of the projects that were funded by DWS to improve water and sanitation services are as follows. Alternative source of water supply in Joburton to improve reliability of supply. That's 1. 2, construction of Joburton Reservoir. 3, upgrading of pavement sewer outfall in Kuma. 4, construction of outside waterborne toilets in Kanana. 5, refurbishment of construction of 20 megaliters concrete reservoir in Kanana. You better take note of that, honorable member, so that when you oversight us on what we are doing, not out of your imagination. These projects are intended to benefit large numbers of households, including 32,132 households in Joburton, 8,051 households in Kuma, 2,700 households in Kanana for sanitation intervention, and over 127,000 households in Kanana for water supply. We are responding to the findings of the National Council of Provinces, taking parliament to the people. While funding has been made available, implementation and progress has not been satisfactory across all the projects. We have also noted the concern expressed by communities regarding waste, water pollution, sewer spillages, and the environmental impact on local rivers. These concerns are legitimate and underscore the importance of effective municipal operations, together with the continued regulatory oversight by the department. We are going to assist the municipality to play its role. But the fact is, there is a user pay policy which most of the residents are not adhering to. These municipalities are municipalities that are unable to collect enough revenue to be able to do proper maintenance and replace the old infrastructure. The report of the NCOP also highlights the impact of wastewater pollution on downstream water resources, particularly where wastewater treatment works discharge into river system and ultimately flow to Vaal River. Challenges relating to that in Klerksdorp wastewater treatment works, Hartbeesfontein wastewater treatment works, as well as Ogni. These challenges arise from poor operations and maintenance. We want to appreciate this report. We don't operate wastewater treatment plants on behalf of municipality. Ours is to assist them to construct, but we can't be there to operate. Municipal officials must then operate. So I think that will be clear to honorable member. Protecting South Africa's water resource remains a key priority for the department. The department continues to undertake inspections, monitor compliance, identify pollution risk. That is why on the 31st of March, we have tabled the no drop report, and we have said, without hiding anything, the wastewater treatment plants are deteriorating big time, and that is it's a cause of concern. That was said by us, not by the DA, by us as this department. Honorable Chair, honorable members, since the visit of the NCOP to the Matlosana municipality, the department has continued engaging with the municipality on how to improve wastewater infrastructure planning and has requested the outstanding planning submissions required to support this refurbishment that I've alluded to earlier on of the Klerksdorp wastewater treatment works regulatory oversight and green drop compliance process also continue across the affected wastewater treatment plant. That's a package intervention that we are making in this municipality. This intervention of thinking that we must go and open the taps, it does not on. It does not happen like that. And it is high time that members should understand and not use Water Services Act and Constitution for what their imaginations are all about, but it must be used for what it is. Honorable members, ultimately, our objective is not merely to respond to findings contained in this report, but to translate those findings into tangible improvements in people's daily lives. We are also strengthened by the fact that the regulatory role that we play through the blue drop, green drop, and no drop must improve in terms of compliance. Honorable Chair, as we make this intervention, we welcome that this report is tabled during this Women's Month, because the people who are more affected in terms of water and sanitation are women, and we dare fail the women of South Africa. Those who think that this must be about electioneering because there is 4th of November. Yes, 4th of November will come and go, but our people must still get services. So I'm not here to electioneer, but people are going to vote on the 4th of November. Ours is to ensure that we accelerate service delivery, and our communities must be better. Thank you very much, Chair. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's move on with the debate. And it's now the turn of the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, represented by Honorable Nzimande.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, esteemed citizenry, Phakama Mbokodo, siyakubingelela former teaching. Today's debate expresses the direct social foundation factors, including dominant economics experienced by the people of Northwest, the majority being blacks. Our people are not interested to hear how GNU partners intend spinning the material conditions experienced on the ground. They do not want to They are denied safe environment, waste removal, clean water, hygienic toilets, jobs, electricity, safe roads, appropriate land and minerals. They do experience the first-hand impact on corruption from all spheres of government and private sector around that area. A young man asked a very painful question, open quote, how much must we pay for our freedom? That is violated by the very same government we voted into power, close quote. This is a betrayal of the trust of our people. Caring government does not wait for public hearing for it to know that it is failing to deliver services to the citizens and come to this house and speak as if it is not governing. Northwest government has collapsed, and such is a mirror of a genuine failure. The DA, Freedom Front Plus, and AfriForum Honorary President, a default South African president, in his annual address to the NCOP in November 2024, declared that the government had received a firm mandate to improve the living conditions and prospects for a better life for South Africans. The question is why his government denied people of Northwest improved living conditions and prospects for better life. Communities of Kanana, Kuma, Jacaranda.
Network.
Honorable Mabilo, please, if I can ask you to mute while there's another speaker on the platform. Honorable Mabilo.
Of Kanana.
Thank you. Please continue.
Communities of Kanana, Kuma, Jacaranda, Stilfontein, Malibong Township of Mahikeng, Khanyesa, Down, Tsobotla, and Ratlo. Life has not improved, and the hope for improved living conditions and better life is rapidly fading away under this administration. The honorary president of the right wing, as a default South African president, told this house that the ANC-led government will improve living conditions for citizens, reduce poverty, and tackle high-cost living. Yes, yet today's people of South Africa, especially Northwest Province, the living conditions where Ross sewer runs in their yard, the streets on daily basis, down to the rivers, including the Red Valley River. Housing challenges remain high level of corruption. Unemployment remains amongst the highest in the country. Young people roam the streets without jobs and exposed to crime and drugs abuse. Municipalities are collapsing. Roads are destroyed. Clinics and hospitals are understaffed, experience shortage of medication. Whilst the province is expected to have about 400 ambulances, only 150 are available. People die whilst waiting for ambulances. Most schools still operate with pit toilets and overcrowded classrooms, and families are being crushed by the rising cost of electricity, transport, and food. Honorable members, the housing projects N12 Catalyst program is a living testimony of the crushed dignity of our people under the GN government. It is not about coordination failures. It is about incompetent GNU. Incompetency manifests itself on poor planning and unaccountability, are evident in Ward 15 in Jacaranda, where top structure are built, but there is no running clean water, no toilets, no electricity, and no storm water. Flooding in the yards of communities tend to be a norm. Some houses stand incomplete and abandoned for years. Laissez-faire is a synonym word for this government. No accountability, no value for money spent. The contractors appointed in Ward 15 was not on site during the visit. Deserted the site in the third quarter of 2025. The religion of duty in the form of not conducting oversight was evident since the national minister, the provincial government, and the municipality had claimed not to have been aware of the desertion of the site by the contractor. The public purse is not safe under this right-wingers dominated GNU. Families live without water, without electricity. FBE discontinued without any alternative or rational reasoning. There is no proper sanitation. Sewer spillage have become normalized by this administration. A wheelchair-bound residents still struggle to access basic sanitation despite years of engagement with the government officials. In what 2 title deeds were issued while houses were never even built. In what 4 residents have lived for almost 11 years in an unproclaimed area without RTP houses. In extension, 12 in Canada. Some houses were plastered with sand instead of proper cement. In Ward 30, families continue to living above dangerous sinkhole while alternative land purchased for the relocation remains unused. In Ward 33, people have lived in shacks since 2006 with no housing delivery. No one is held accountable. Government is collapsed in Northwest. This is not development. This is organized neglect. Honorable members, water and sanitation crisis in the Northwest has become a humanitarian disaster. In Ward 7, residents walk nearly 200 meters to access water. There are no toilets. People are forced to relieve themselves in bushes. There is no waste removal. There are conditions. These are conditions that violate the constitutional rights of our people. We visited wastewater treatment plant, completely non-functional while raw sewer flows directly into the Vaal River. Government knew about these failures as back as 2014 and 2015. Yet instead of intervening, it only issued non-compliance certificate. It doesn't resolve the problem. At the RPS Fontaine wastewater treatment plant, at the time of the visit, the inflow system was non-functional for almost 6 months. Wines pumps remain broken and raw sewer contaminates the environment daily. This occurs against the background that millions were spent in upgrading the plant during 2021. Shockingly is that workers continue receiving full salaries whilst left idling at the collapsed facilities. There is no value for money but laissez-faire syndrome. The Human Rights Commission found evidence of deliberate political infrastructure sabotage under the watchful eye of the politicians in Matlosana. Honorable members, the ANC once promised dignity, but today, under the honorary president of the right-wingers of South Africa, the community live with situation of aroma of their cooked food competing with the smell of sewage flowing inside their yards and kitchens. The ANC once promised electrification, but today, under the honorary president of the same right-wingers, at the president, our people from poor households like in Chakaranda have had free basic electricity and later withdrawn without any alternative.
Honorable Zimande,
This occurs against the backdrop of high cost of paraffin experienced by poor and
Honorable Zimande, your
Hamba,
time
that
has
is why
expired.
go to Zuma. Go to Zuma nangomsa nigxotha kula farm yakhe.
Right, thank you.
Out of order, Minister, out of order.
Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. The next speaker on the visual platform is going to be Honorable Kharek from the Western Cape. Over to you for the next 14 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the colleagues. Chairperson, when we visited this city of the Northwest Province, it was like a roller that we've experienced. Chairperson and colleagues, taking Parliament to the people is one of the most important programs to strengthen and reinforce democratic governance within communities across all corners of South Africa. Section 72 of our democratic constitution authorizes this program to give effect to participatory democracy, where citizens can voice their concerns, register their inputs, and make constructive contributions towards building a prosperous and vibrant democracy. And as the EFF, we are fundamentally bound to the principles of community development, quality services to our people, economic freedom in our lifetime, and the development of the youth in South Africa. Our hard-won democratic project cannot be derailed by arrogant and incompetent politicians who do not care for the people of our country. In our oversight visits to the Northwest Province, in the Dr. Kenneth Kahunda District Municipality from 12 to 15 May 2026, under the theme Ensuring a People-Centered Local Government Towards Building Better Communities, we observed many issues physically on the ground, as well as where citizens raised their voices about the challenges and problems in their communities. And indeed, the normal, ordinary citizens of this province suffer a tremendous amount of shortcomings and challenges. Some of the major challenges, Chairperson, are corruption, bribery, maladministration, unemployment, poverty, no access to opportunities, and we can go on and go on cronyism, and the general incompetence of people in positions who cannot deliver services to the people. And the choice of the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality as a venue for the 2026 Taking Parliament to the People was itself a stark indictment on the state. The city of Matlosana local municipality has long been defined by institutional collapse, financial mismanagement, and chronic instability. The municipality operates under severe section-based provincial interventions, and these interventions were triggered by years of unfunded budgets, skyrocketing debt, inability to pay municipal worker salaries consistently, and near total shutdown of basic water, sanitation, and waste removal services. In the city of Matlotsana, citizens complained about poor water infrastructure and the poor quality of water. They said this problem persists already for many years with no proper intervention from the council. And residents expressed deep frustration over being forced to repeatedly submit information regarding service delivery crisis with zero tangible progress to show for it. They told us of how contractors are being appointed to fix the water problem, but each time it's just temporary solutions. This raised serious questions in terms of sabotage and obstructing the effective course of service delivery, Chairperson. It is therefore completely unacceptable to continue to implement temporary measures where long-term solutions are needed. The community suffers the most at the hand of poor quality and the empowerment of cronies and corrupt contractors. In many areas across the province, we also witness a total collapse of service delivery. In Klerksdorp, Chairperson, we saw how wastewater treatment plants are left desolated in no working condition to the extreme disadvantage of communities. Ironically, the officials of those municipalities don't shy away to put up hundreds of millions of rands to upgrade the system when they spoke to us, Chairperson. Just a second, Chair. Sorry, my computer is jumping here. And then, Chair, one of the dams, the water treatment plants there, was abruptly brought to a standstill by sand in the pipes that caused a total standstill of services to the affected communities. This, despite the fact that the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district is an area defined by mineral wealth, particularly gold and uranium mining. And the contrast between the immense wealth extracted from the ground and the bitter poverty of the local population is a textbook example of racial capitalism. And when our committee visited the Harmony mine by appointment, those who confirmed the appointment were not available. They literally ran away on our arrival. Surely, if this is that people run away to take us through their facility, there is something fundamentally wrong, either with their system or a complete lack of accountability. In Potchefstroom, Chair, the road infrastructure there was in extremely poor state, with potholes all over the place. And this is a place where thousands of students commute on a daily basis. In Stilfontein, we were confronted with the existence of zamazamas in the mines, so much so that we could not enter there. This phenomenon has become a permanent sight where even the police are scared to enter. This is evident of the rot our country is in, and that government is not really doing something to uproot this evil of the capturing of our country's resources. The meetings where members of the community had to raise their concerns often degenerated, Chairperson, and resulted in an emotional outcry from the citizens for help and for assistance. The claim that their complaints fall on deaf ears is indicative of an arrogant government that has lost all credibility in the eyes of its people. The EFF reminds this House today that our people will not sit arms folded and be spectators to the demise of their neighborhoods. And this country has been, Chairperson, liberated from oppression, racism, and colonialism by the very same people whom are now being ignored and despised. Communities complained about the existence of gangsters, thugs, and extortionists in their communities. They sow total havoc while the police are onlookers when these things happen. Our struggle was about the freedoms of all people. It was about empowering the poor, the needy, and the vulnerable. It was not about the hijacking of our country's mineral resources, but for economic opportunities to the masses who were disenfranchised by the evil system of apartheid. The EFF is convinced that this government of national unity is taking our country closer to complete destruction. Communities are suffering and systems collapse under this ANC-led government of national unity. Corruption is the biggest enemy of our democratic project. People are being denied their constitutional rights to safety and security, youth development, economic freedom, and access to housing. This whilst the corruption is thriving under the ANC-led GNU. Chairperson, our country needs a vibrant, visionary breed of leaders who understand the plight of the poor, a breed of leadership that will fix our roads, infrastructure, create jobs, develop our youth, and give them opportunities and keep the community safe. The National Council of Provinces Northwest Oversight visit proves that the current local government paradigm cannot be reformed from within. And as the EFF prepares for the 2026 local government elections, we offer a distinct counter-hegemonic alternative to the failing neoliberal consensus. This crisis in Matlotsana and the broader Northwest Province can only be resolved through a radical shift in how municipal governance, land, and economic resources are structured here in our lifetime, Chairperson. And as the EFF, we demand the complete elimination of private subcontractors for essential public utilities. Municipalities must directly employ engineers, plumbers, electricians, and waste management workers on a permanent basis with full benefits. This shift will eliminate the profit markups pocketed by the middleman, ensuring that every cent allocated to the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district goes directly towards fixing roads, infrastructure, and providing reliable water and sanitation. We call for the abolishment of the tender system, which is the primary vector for corruption, nepotism, and administrative collapse in South Africa. By establishing state-owned municipal brickfields and construction units, local governments can pave roads, build quality housing, and expand sewer networks cheaper and faster than the private sector. Local government cannot be people-centered if the land remains commodified and inaccessible to the working class. An EFF-led municipality will actively use spatial planning laws to expropriate well-located land without compensation. This land will be used to provide secure, serviced, and dignified human settlements, breaking the apartheid spatial architecture that keeps the poor on the periphery of towns like Matlotsana. Today, the EFF calls on every voter to vote right for the future and benefit of the children and their grandchildren, to vote against crime under the ANC DA-led government of national unity, to reject mediocre service delivery and stand up against corrupt and hypocritical so-called leaders, a Chairperson. It is time for South Africa to vote for the EFF for the restoration and revival of youth and economic opportunities in our lifetime. Political office bearers who cannot deliver proper and quality services must be rejected and voted out. They are part of the rot in our system. It cannot be tolerated. They must be uprooted. They must be put in prisons. They must be incarcerated. And therefore, we pave the way for a peaceful, democratic South Africa where services are free to the people of South Africa. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kharek. The next speaker on the visual platform is going to be Honorable Timans, the MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure in the Free State.
Chairperson, you must call those people, the minister and those people that chip in when we talk, you must call them to order, please. Eh? This is rude what they do all the time. Thank you.
Over to Honorable Manse.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Good afternoon, House Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, members, permanent members and special delegates to the NCOP, ministers who are present today, MECs from different provinces responsible for different portfolios. President of SALGA, Honorable Chairperson, please allow me to extend our apology from the Premier of the Free State, Mema Queen Liswa Matai, for not being able to join us today here, precisely because she has other official commitments. Standing before this House today, I do so with a deep sense of pride and gratitude to those who came before us. 70 years ago, Honorable Chairperson, the courageous women of South Africa replaced fear with courage against the might of an oppressive apartheid regime. They chose to stand up for justice, dignity, and equality. Their bravery continues to inspire generations of South Africa, particularly as we celebrate Women's Month. And I must indicate, Honorable Chairperson, Minister Majudina today epitomizes such bravery. I also pay tribute to the class of 1976, whose courage and ultimate sacrifice helped us to unshackle our country from the bonds of apartheid. This year marks 50 years since those young heroines stood up against injustice. Their sacrifice reminds us that the freedom we enjoy today were hard fought and should never be taken for granted. Honorable Chairperson, as we gather here today again, we do so during another historic milestone in our nation. This year marks 30th anniversary of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the supreme law that has guided our democratic journey since 1996. For these 3 decades, our Constitution has stood as a beacon of hope, justice, and equality. It has entrenched the values of human dignity, equality, non-racialism, non-sexism, and the rule of law. It has guaranteed the rights of every South African, or South African rather, and provided the framework within which government must serve its people. The achievements of our constitutional democracy are reflected in the strength and the independence of the justice system. Today, our court continues to uphold the Constitution without fear or favor. Constitutional institutions safeguard accountability, protect fundamental rights, and ensure that no one is above the law. Honorable Chairperson, while challenges remain in ensuring equal access to justice for all, particularly for vulnerable communities, take pride in how our justice system has evolved over the past 30 years. It is into one of the most important or more, I beg your pardon. It has evolved over the past 30 years into one that is more representative, more accessible, and firmly grounded in the constitutional principles. However, the promise of constitution cannot remain confined to courtrooms and legislation. It must find expression in the daily lives of our people through quality services, decent housing, reliable infrastructure, economic opportunities, and responsive governance. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa continues to cry out for an improved quality of life. The service delivery protest that we often witness around the country reminds us that our people expect government to respond with agency. Taking Parliament to the People program remains one of the most important platforms through which government engages directly with our communities, listening to their concerns and strengthens accountability. When President Cyril Ramaphosa declared 2026 as the year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy, the message was clear. Every sphere of government must intend effort to improve service delivery and strengthen local government. While challenges remain stubbornly affecting municipalities across the country, there is a renewed sense of optimism, particularly in my home province, Free State Province, under the leadership of the Premier, Memakhundi Matai. Engagements through the Premier's Coordinating Forum are beginning to bear fruit. Accountability has been strengthened, consequence management is being implemented, and government continues to improve. Honorable Chairperson, the concerns raised by communities during the Taking Parliament to the People program, including housing backlogs, poor quality and incomplete projects, lack of title deeds, as well as inadequate electrification, high infrastructure costs, vandalism, and poor institution responsiveness are legitimate concerns that deserve urgent attention. However, it is equally important that we acknowledge where progress has been made. We are delighted as a Free State Province to indicate the Department of COGTA has attended clean audit for the 2025-2026 financial year. This achievement reflects our commitment to sound financial management, accountability, and ethical governance. Department of COGTA joins Department of Treasury, Department of Tourism and Economic Development, the Department, or rather Provincial Legislation, and other entities in achieving clean audits. This should also serve as a positive indication that governance challenges affecting municipalities, of which the department exercise oversight, can indeed be resolved through strong leadership, effective oversight, and decisive implementation in as far as resolutions are concerned. We firmly believe that positive experiences and successes recorded within Department of COGTA focus area can and should be replicated across all other focus areas, especially when it comes to the report of taking people or taking Parliament to taking Parliament to the People report by promoting clean governance, accountability, consequence management throughout government. We strengthen service delivery and restore public confidence in our institutions. As a Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we recognize that infrastructure development is central to economic development, job creation, and restoring the dignity of our communities. Every completed school clinic, road, bridge, and human settlement project represent an investment in the future of our people. Honorable members, communities also raise concerns regarding illegal mining and limited benefit flowing to the local residents. These challenges are not unique to the Northwest Province. They are affecting communities across South Africa. We therefore support the decisive intervention, including the deployment of law enforcement and security resources to combat illegal mining and dismantle criminal syndicates and that continue to terrorize our communities. The reality is that innocent citizens often become victims when illegal mining gangs engage in violent conflicts. Government cannot stand by and watch while our communities live in fear. We therefore support decisive action to restore law and order in affected areas. Honorable Chairperson, we also welcome the firm stance being taken against contractors who abandon projects and deliver poor quality work. In the Free State, action has been taken against contractors who fail to honor their contractual obligations. Our people deserve quality infrastructure and dignified housing. We cannot allow public resources to be squandered while communities continue to wait for basic services. Honorable Chairperson, as we celebrate 30 years of constitutional democracy, we should draw confidence from how far we come from. Our constitution has provided foundation for democratic governance, strengthened our justice system, and protected the rights of millions of South Africans. The next chapter of our democracy must be characterized by capable municipalities, ethical leadership, quality infrastructure, inclusive economic growth, and accelerated service delivery. Together, we must ensure that promises that we make through the Constitution is experienced in every village, every township, every town, and every city. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, we acknowledge that much more work still needs to be done, yet history has shown that when South Africans work together in pursuit of a common purpose, there is no challenge beyond our collective ability to overcome. We also want to welcome the interventions by the Department of Human Settlement led by Minister Simelane, as well as Minister for Water and Sanitation, Minister Majudina, in unblocking block projects and supporting the province. We have seen since the 7th administration that houses are delivered to Beke, and the interventions in Machabi municipality through the office or through the Department of Water and Sanitation are bringing positive change in our society. Let us continue working together in building a capable developmental state and deliver on aspirations of our people and honor the vision of our constitutional democracy. Honorable Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manse, for the good articulation you've just made. The next speaker on the visual platform is going to be Honorable PJ Farmer from the Western Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
Chairperson, honorable members, I greet you again in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Chairperson, the words taking Parliament to the people must mean more than Parliament traveling to a province, holding meetings, listening to presentations, and returning to Cape Town. It must mean that Parliament listens, acts, and most importantly, it must mean that communities can see the difference after Parliament has left. The Northwest engagement reminded us that people-centered local government is not measured by the number of meetings held, the number of reports produced, or the number of promises made. It is measured by whether a family has clean water, accessible roads, stocked up clinics, and whether young people can find opportunities in the towns and villages where they live. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance believes that government must be visible, accessible, accountable, and present in the daily lives of the people. Government must not only arrive when there's an election. They must be there when the taps run dry, when roads become inaccessible, when infrastructure projects are abandoned, and when communities have waited for years without answers. The Northwest report provides important evidence that oversight must be followed by implementation. The report records that the Chunyani village housing project had not shown improvement since the NCOP's previous visit, to the extent that the delegation concluded that another site visit would serve little purpose. Chairperson, this must concern every one of us. When Parliament returns to a project and finds no meaningful progress, we cannot simply record the delay and move on. There must be accountability, clear reasons, revised implementation plans, and consequences when negligence, poor planning, or poor performance has caused communities to wait unnecessarily. People cannot live in reports. They live with the consequences of delayed delivery. Honourable members, the report also demonstrated when planning, oversight, and implementation work together, government can deliver meaningful results. The rehabilitation of roads D933 and D2095 has created employment opportunities, provided training, and involved local small businesses. The project created 230 jobs, exceeding its initial target, provided of 150 seat training opportunities, and involved 40 SMMEs. This is an important lesson. Infrastructure must not only be about concrete and tar, it must create jobs, develop skills, and support local businesses. Infrastructure must improve access to schools, clinics, markets, and economic opportunities. The Patriotic Alliance believes that local communities must benefit directly from projects taking place in their communities. Chairperson, the report further highlights serious challenges affecting the viability of municipalities in the Northwest. The Patriotic Alliance therefore supports stronger financial management, improved oversight, and the building of professional capacity within municipalities. The purpose must be to restore municipalities to stability and enable them to serve their communities effectively. Honourable Chairperson, the report also identifies the need to address municipal service delivery backlogs, strengthen municipal capacity, and accelerate the implementation of water, sanitation, and housing projects. Whether a person lives in a rural village, a township, an informal settlement, or a city, government must serve them fairly. Chairperson, whether people-centered local government also requires meaningful public participation. Communities must not only be consulted after decisions have already been made. The Patriotic Alliance supports the principle of taking Parliament to the people, but Parliament must also take the people's concerns back into its oversight work. This report and the recommendation must be monitored. The commitments made by departments must be tracked. Chairperson, let it be a commitment because Parliament belongs to the people. Government belongs to the people. And public resources must work for the people. Salute.
Thank you, Honorable Farmer. The next speaker on the visual platform is going to be Honorable D.W. Finis from the Northern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the NCOP, Honorable Delegates. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress and as Chairperson of the Select Committee on Social Services to support the Taking Parliament to Peoples to the Northwest Province report, particularly its findings on health. Taking Parliament to the people is not a once-off visit. It's a Parliament's commitment to listen to our communities, inspect the conditions under which services are delivered, secure undertakings from government, and return through oversight to ensure that promises become results. The communities of the Northwest have spoken clearly. Health facilities are under severe pressure. Hospitals and clinics face overcrowding, aging infrastructure, shortage of staff, long waiting times, inadequate space, unreliable water and electricity, outdated equipment, weak patient record systems, and safety risk. These conditions are the quality of of care, the dignity of patients, and the moral of healthcare workers. The ANC is clear. Access to quality healthcare is a constitutional right. It must not depend on where a person lives, how far they are from a hospital, or whether they can afford transport. Honorable Chairperson, the MEC for Health has responded to several concerns raised during this program. On medicine, the province reports an availability rate of 86%, above the national average of 82%. This is welcome, but a provincial average must not conceal shortages of individual clinics. A patient who leaves a clinic without chronic medication cannot be comforted by provincial statistic. The department must visit affected facilities, identify the cause of shortages, and correct them without delay. On ambulances, the province have reported a fleet of 150 ambulances, including 50 acquired in the previous year, with a further 35 ordered and another 15 planned. The establishment of a call center to manage ambulances matters in real time is also noted. But the team has heard reports of emergency medical services waiting times of up to 3 hours at Tingani Community Health Center. This is unacceptable. Where lives are at stake, the test is not how many vehicles are procured. The test is whether an ambulance arrives when a patient needs it. Fleet maintenance, staffing dispatch systems, driver availability, and response time monitoring must improve. The MEC has also explained that expanding all clinics to 24-hour services is not immediately affordable. The team understands that 24-hour services requires nurses, doctors, security, medicine, electricity, and operational funding. However, the phase expansion of clinic hours must be based on need, population size, distance from hospitals, maternity needs, transport barriers, crime levels, and patient demand. Community must know which clinics are being prioritized and when. The team welcomes the steps taken regarding community health workers. Following a court order, community health workers are being absorbed into full-time arrangements. Of the 794 community health workers in the municipality, 325 with matric qualifications have been permanently appointed, while those without matric are receiving contract extensions, education, and upskilling. Community health workers are central to primary health care. They support treatment adherence, household visits, prevention, health education, and early referral. Their absorption and training must be completed fairly and urgently. Honorable members, our oversight visits confirm that the challenges are real and require facility-specific interventions. The MEC has stated that currently security assessments does not require the 7 security personnel at some of the clinics with firearms. The team notes this, however, risk assessment must be regularly reviewed in line with the actual security conditions. At the Grace Makome Community Health Center, which serves approximately 45,000 people and sees about 7 patients per month, the team found long waiting times, staff shortages, aging infrastructure, inadequate space, poor medical waste compliance, and serious security risks in gang-affected area. The department must appoint administrative staff, fill clinical and support vacancies, secure space for expansion, provide appropriate security, procure a mobile structure for records and consultation rooms, and refurbish the facility. Honorable Chairperson, the report makes one fact unavoidable. Health services cannot improve through isolated interventions. We cannot reduce queues without nurses, doctors, pharmacists, clerks, and data capturers. We cannot improve maternal health without a safe labor rooms, delivery beds, maternity waiting rooms, and ambulances. We cannot protect patients without water, sanitation, electricity, equipment, medication, and security. We cannot plan properly without reliable data and modern patient record systems. The ANC therefore calls for the following clean action points: fill critical vacancies, repair and upgrade infrastructure, improve ambulance response times, guaranteed medicine availability, strengthen facility safety, provide backup water and energy, modernize patient records, report quarterly to Parliament. Honourable members, the people in the Northwest do not need another report that ends in a filing cabinet. They need action that can be seen and felt. They need a clinic that is open, clean, safe, and properly staffed. They need medicine when they arrive. They need an ambulance when there is an emergency. They need a safety place for mothers to give birth. They need healthcare workers who are equipped, protected, and supported to their work. The Select Committee on Social Services will not consider this matter concluded when this House adopts this report. We will monitor the commitments, demand quarterly progress, and hold responsible departments accountable for the delays. Taking Parliament to the people must now mean taking healthcare, dignity, and accountability to the people. The ANC supports the adoption of this report and calls for the urgent, measurable, and transparent implementation of every recommendation. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Finis, for your input. The next speaker on the visual platform is Dr. P.M. Mzwaledi, the Minister of Health. Over to you, sir.
Thank
It's
you very
Honorable
much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, my cabinet colleagues, Chairperson of Select Committee on Social Services, Ms. Desri Fenis, and members of your committee, MECs present, honorable members of NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Allow me to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the National Council of Provinces for undertaking Parliament to the People's Program in the Northwest Province. This important constitutional initiative demonstrates Parliament's commitment to ensuring the voice of ordinary South Africans are heard. The concerns that were raised by the people and observed by members of NCOP are legitimate, and government accept them with the seriousness they deserve. I'm equally encouraged that this report also reflects the detailed response provided by Northwest Department of Health, demonstrating that the province has not waited for this engagement or for this debate. Work is already underway to implement many of the recommendations made by the NCOP, while several interventions have already been completed and others are progressing according to approved implementation plans. The department has prepared detailed progress reports outlining actions taken in response to the recommendations raised from the May 2026 oversight visit. The National Department of Health continues to work closely with the Northwest Department of Health to ensure that areas requiring intervention receive necessary technical support, policy guidelines, and strategic oversight. Likewise, provincial leadership has continued to engage communities directly through outreach programs and facility oversight visits to ensure that concerns are addressed without delay. While these visits do not solve every challenge overnight, they demonstrate an important principle that leadership must remain present where services are delivered. Honorable Chair, the report also highlights safety and security in our healthcare facilities as one of the most recurring concerns raised during the oversight visits. Healthcare workers dedicate their life to saving others. They should not never have to fear for their own safety while carrying out this noble responsibility. Similarly, patients who seek healthcare services should feel protected whenever they enter a public health facility. The NCOP correctly highlighted concerns regarding criminal activity, gang-related incidents, inadequate security infrastructure, the absence of guardhouses in certain facilities. I wish to assure members that these concerns have received priority attention. The Northwest Department of Health has already strengthened security reporting protocols across facilities and continues to participate in district joint operational structures together with the South African Police Services and the law enforcement agencies to monitor security threats and coordinate rapid responses where incidents occur. Furthermore, the province has indicated its intention to deploy armed response services in sub-districts experiencing persistent criminal activity, particularly where healthcare facilities have become targets of gang-related robberies. Procurement processes relating to enhanced security services are already at an advanced stage. The department has also undertaken electronic security assessment across health facilities to determine future requirements relating to CCTV systems, access control, and other technological security advancements. While financial constraints have always delayed the immediate installation of CCTV infrastructure across facilities, these interventions remain part of the department phase implementation. The report also identified concerns regarding the absence of permanent security guardhouse at health facilities, and I want to assure the House that this was already started at places like the Ganana Clinic, which has already been prioritized for this guardhouse. These are practical interventions that will significantly strengthen safety for both health workers and patients. Honorable Chair, another recurring concern related to aging infrastructure. Many health facilities across our country were constructed several decades ago. Population growth, urbanization, changing disease patterns, and increasing patient volumes have placed enormous pressure on infrastructure that was never designed to accommodate today's demand. This challenge is not unique to Northwest Province. Indeed, it's one of the major infrastructure priorities confronting the whole public health sector. The province has begun planning the conversion of existing places into additional casualty wards, initiated process to establish panels of professional service providers for infrastructure projects, prioritize maintenance at health facilities, develop specifications for generators where backup power is required. In facilities where expansion is necessary, work has commenced to secure adjacent land while project planning is underway. The department has also prioritized maintenance of clinics and refurbishment of programs. Honorable Chairperson, the issue of human resource was consistently raised throughout the oversight program. This is not surprising. According to the World Health Organization, the health workforce, which is their reference to human resources for health, is one of the 6 building blocks of pillars of health system anywhere in the world. Unfortunately, due to various factors, social, economic, and local factors, many countries are struggling in this regard. It is the reason why, Chairperson, I've got some flu, please forgive me.
Get Mhlonyana, you'll be all right.
Yes, it is unfortunately the reason why the World Health Organization has projected that there will be a shortage of 11 million health workers throughout the world by 2030. And every country in the world is working very hard to make sure that this doesn't happen. In the case of our country, we've been hard hit by austerity measures for more than a decade, which many of you know about. But after successful engagement with the National Treasury last year during the budget speech of the Minister of Finance, He allocated 20.9 billion rand to try and reverse the effects of austerity on health. This was divided into 6.7 million rand for 2025-26, followed by 6.9 million, and then, billion, 6.7 billion, followed by 6.9 billion and 7.9 billion by 27-28 financial year. With this money, we agreed as the health sector to hire 1,200 post-community service doctors, 200 nurses, and 250 other healthcare workers. From January to this year, Honorable Chair, I wish to report that more than 900 post-community service doctors were already placed in jobs in this regard. This is in addition to 2,191 doctors placed in January this year for internship and 1,975 doctors placed for community service. The overall number of health on the job since October last year. I'm also happy to mention that the second yearly round of placement of interns and community health doctors has been completed last week, and a total of 623 have been placed, health workers have been placed. That consists of 161 interns, 239 community service doctors, and other healthcare workers. Honorable Chair, emergency medical services remain an indispensable pillar of our health system. Community service deserves timely emergency response regardless of where they live. I'm therefore pleased that the province has already increased the ambulance capacity in Kenneth Kaunda district through the allocation of additional ambulances, increased operational vehicles per shift, etc., etc. While challenges remain, these interventions demonstrate measurable progress. Honorable members, another important issue raised during the oversight visit relates to modernization of health information system. Incidentally, health information system is also one of the 6 building blocks by the World Organization, as I've referred to earlier on. With this in mind, we started as far back as 2014 to approach the CSIR, Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, to design a South African ball health information system, which will be owned by South Africans, public and private, for which no license fees are to be paid to any private provider, because such a system will be owned by all South Africans. It took CSIR 8 years to design such a system, but I'm happy to announce that this system is now being rolled out, starting with the Free State Province. It is called the HPRS, or Health Patient Record Registration System, which is directly linked to Home Affairs, National Population Register, which means any patient who registers on this system will immediately reflect in Home Affairs as to who they are, where do they come from, etc., etc. It is a system that is capable of tracing a patient from one health facility to another, from one health worker to the other, from public to private, and we are very proud of it. The NCOP also received consent regarding the Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro Medical Scholarship Program. I wish to assure you that this program is run very well because it is government to government. Even students who are sick, there are clear protocols on what must happen to them. There is no crisis in this regard. Honorable members, no discussions about healthcare can ignore the financial realities confronting our health system. The Northwest Department of Health has openly acknowledged the significant budgetary pressures facing the province. These pressures affect, among others, infrastructure provisioning and maintenance. The reality we are faced with, honorable members, is that our population in this country is growing much faster than our facilities can carry. It is for this reason that we decided to move ahead to avoid what ESCOM went through with load shedding after many years of being informed about shortage of electricity generating infrastructure. We did not want to be caught in that. Another tranche of 7 hospitals will immediately be submitted to the treasury after we've seen progress with the 11. All these facilities will include the health facility in Northwest too. As you know, Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northern Cape are the only provinces that do not have an academic hospital. And these facilities will include those. But as you know, the building of an academic hospital in Limpopo has already commenced. We are at 40% completion, and we are very proud of that. We will soon be visiting all the other provinces, including Northwest. Yesterday, we went with the president to Mpumalanga in Steve Tshwete municipality, where we opened a state-of-the-art hospital that has already been completed. And we told people that this is just the beginning, because very soon we'll be calling the president to open. That will be early in January next year, to open Mapulaning Hospital, which is 92% completed. Then you'll go on over to open Silom Hospital in Limpopo, which is also around about 95% completed. As I've already mentioned, the academic hospital too. So we have already started with these projects because we believe it's very important that our people must also get very good hospital infrastructure. I wish to take this opportunity to thank the NCOP for continuously highlighting the needs of our people and assure them that every time we highlight the needs, we will respond accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the good articulation you've made about the sector of health. The next speaker on the visual platform is going to be Honorable D. Asker Gochal from the Free State. Dr. Igor.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, fellow members, and most importantly, South Africans. Chair, we all want to be proud of the records that we achieve, but the Northwest has kept the record no province should be proud of. Some of the worst service delivery in South Africa. Yesterday, the Minister of Cooperative Governance confirmed that the Northwest is the country's second worst performing province after it could not beat the infamous Free State, still at a top position for being the worst province in South Africa. The Northwest failures is written in pothole-ridden roads, dry taps, overflowing sewers, incomplete houses, and communities repeatedly promise that help is coming. Taking Parliament to the People report puts the writing on the wall. Wastewater works operating at partial or zero capacity, untreated sewage creating health and environmental risks, stalled housing, deteriorating roads, and weak governance. More than 70% of Northwest paved roads are in poor or extremely poor conditions, while less than 1% is classified as very good. The latest audit outcomes show that not one of the province's 22 municipalities achieved a clean audit. Chairperson, not one. Chairperson, I truly wonder what message this sends to our youth and elderly from these politicians who were given the responsibility to take care of them. The Human Settlement Department report 99% grant expenditure, but money spent is not homes delivered. In Matlusana, only 34% of units in blocked housing projects were completed, while the current B&G project reflected only 28% completion. But numbers can make suffering sound distant. So let us speak about Kuma. In 2014, the Kuma hostel was declared unfit for human habitation. Residents were moved into temporary accommodation and reportedly told this temporary relocation would last 6 months. 11 years later, they were still there, with no electricity, only 2 taps, inadequate tanker supply, using buckets to flush communal toilets so women, children, and men share the same toilet. flooding without stormwater drainage, structures never maintained, and families left without proper information about their future. So voorsitter, hulle het geen menswaardigheid nie, want die ANC beheerde Matlosana Stadraad gee net nie om nie. 6 new high-mast lights installed in Kuma stood without electricity because Matlosana owed Eskom approximately 2 billion rand. That is typical Northwest governance in one image. Government erects a light, spends the money, and leaves the people in darkness. So I ask, did taking Parliament to the people change the lives of Kuma residents? Or did Parliament take microphones, marquees, and motorcades to the people before taking itself back to Parliament? And then there is Me Motlatle Sylvia Maletsi from Alabama Extension 5 that Honorable Andrians has already spoken about. She broke down during public participation, explaining how her family lived with persistent sewage. She told Parliament we had to use boiled stay-soft to reduce the smell. A child could not longer sleep in her own bedroom. And today, she passed away on 13 July, age 53. So we extend our deepest condolences to her family. Chairperson, did Sylvia die in a dignified home environment? After Parliament left, the sewage returned. Raw sewage was again observed around the family's property, and a municipal team was assigned to unblock it ahead of the funeral. Sis, ANC, sis. Must a woman plea before Parliament, return to the same sewage, pass away, and only receive urgent attention when she's dead? Taking Parliament to the people cannot become a pre-election roadshow of fake representation. Public participation without implementation is political theatre. Oversight without follow-up is abandonment. A recommendation without a responsible official deadline, public report, and consequences is merely another promise placed on top of sewage. If anyone in this house can prove to me that Kuma and Alabama are living better because we visited, please show me the evidence today. Show us permanent houses. Show us working sanitation. Show us electrified lights. Show us that Sylvia's courage produced. Stop congratulating itself. Parliament must verify every undertaking, publish an implementation tracker, and summon every defaulting executive authority to account. We did not go to the Northwest to be seen. We went there to change lives. And until those lives are changed, this Parliament has not succeeded. Ek dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you, Honorable Skerekocher. The next speaker on the visual platform is Honorable Peters from the Eastern Cape. Honorable Peter, yes.
Manibulele sihlalo wendlu. Ndibulise nakubaphathiswa balendlu. Nakubahlonipheki balendlu. Ndiqenqgeleke ndibulisa abemi boMzantsi Afrika. Mhlali ngaphambili urhulumente ugutyungelwe sizikrelemnqa. Umbutho we-UDM ukholelwa ukuba le ngxelo yondlalwe apha namhlanje ingxelo ecacisa gca ngentlungu nangentswelo abantu basemaXhosana abaphila phantsi kwayo. Le ngxelo mhlali ngaphambili icela urhulumente athathe uxanduva ngabemi beli lizwe abahlala benukiselwa ngumphutha mhla nezolo. Mhlali ngaphambili abantu basemaXhosana abanamanzi. Abantu basemaXhosana abanazindlu. Abantu basemaXhosana abanazindlela. Abantu basemaXhosana abanambane. Bame ngokunukiselwa ngumphutha. Le ngxelo mhlali ngaphambili ithetha norhulumente imhlambalaza ukuba urhulumente akazinanzi izidingo zoluntu. Mhlali ngaphambili kukho umama ebefudula esihlala nomphutha phakathi endlini inyanga ziqenqgeleka mhlali ngaphambili kodwa ngokusa ipalamente eluntwini loo nto ibangele into yoba ngemizuzwana wabe umphutha uyasuswa kwindlu yakhe. Ithetha ukuthini loo nto mhlali ngaphambili? Ithi loo nto akusekho zicaka nezicakakazi zikarhulumente. Bonke abantu abasebenzela urhulumente bangomakhulu bhasi. Mhlali ngaphambili uxam usinda indlu ngodaka. Ilizwe loyame ngomhlana ononkala bayadakasa. Uxam umile yena usinda indlu ngodaka. Umphathiswa ongenagama usabalisela abantu boMzantsi Afrika ngeprogram asezayirana ukuze abantu bafumane amanzi. Babe abantu bedinga amanzi namhlanje. Mhlali ngaphambili elinxeba lahlela urhulumente. Inxeba lethu sonke. Le ngxaki yehlela urhulumente yingxaki yethu sonke. Mhlali ngaphambili urhulumente woyiswa kukunika abantu ii-title deeds. Iintswelo uzawuzenza njani exakwe zii-title deeds? Xa uqabela mhlali ngaphambili usiye ebhayi, urhulumente wakhile kodwa akakwazi ukubanika abantu izidingo. Xa ndizawuvala mhlali ngaphambili, abantu basemaXhosana lixesha babazilwele. Asikho isixhobo ke sokuzilwela ngumnxi ngoba urhulumente akabananzanga. Intlungu indlela ezingekhoyo kwa urhulumente ebephepha izigingqi kumhlaba wasemaXhosana. Mhlali ngaphambili isisebenzele singurhulumente ukusa ipalamente ebantwini. Urhulumente akakho emaXhosana. Masikhabe sisinda ke le ndlu ngodaka noxa nje abantu bephela. Inkosi mhlali ngaphambili.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable S.K. Mashilo, the Mpumalanga MEC, Leader of Governance Business. Over to you.
Thank you, House Chair, and to all our ministers, our honorable members of the NCOP, and the Councillor, our Deputy President, and all members in the House. Allow me, Chair, to join my colleague to take part in debating on this important item. Thank you to the National Council of Provinces for outstanding work it continues to do in enhancing oversight, accountability, and participatory democracy across our country. The Taking Parliament of the People program remains one of the most practical expressions of the constitutional premises that government must remain close to the people it serves. By bringing Parliament directly into the communities, the NCOP has transformed how citizens perceive government. Communities no longer see government as a distant institution located in Pretoria, in Cape Town, provincial capitals, and municipal offices. Through this engagement, people experience government as accessible, accountability, and responsive to their daily realities. This is precisely the democratic culture envisaged by our Constitution. The report before us demonstrates the value of this oversight model. It gives voice to the communities and allows public representatives to engage directly with the life experiences of our people. Chairperson, we must acknowledge the significant efforts made by the Northwest Provincial Government and the City of Matlosana to address long-standing developmental challenges. The report reflects several interventions aimed at stabilizing municipalities, improve governance, and restoring service delivery. We note initiatives such as Twinchal Rule, efforts to unblock housing projects, programs to improve local government performance, investment in renewable energy projects, revitalizations of economic assets, and deliberate attempts to stimulate local economic development and job creation. We further acknowledge the opportunities being pursued through projects such as Okni Solar PV Project, Matlosana Fresh Produce Market, the Kuma Business Hub, and efforts to position strategic infrastructure such as the PC Pelsa Airport, catalyst for economic growth and employment. These initiatives demonstrate that despite challenges, there remains substantial potential in the Northwest province to build a diverse and inclusive economy. However, Chairperson, the report equally points the areas that require urgent attention. It is the responsibility of all of us to make these issues realized by the community. In terms of water and sanitation, one of the most alarming findings concerning water and sanitation infrastructure, the report described the Klerksdorp wastewater treatment works as completely non-operational, resulting in untreated sewage flowing directly into the Skoonspruit and ultimately to the Vaal River system. The facility serves more than 300,000 residents, yet years of infrastructure deterioration, vandalism, inadequate maintenance, governance failures, and funding constraints have resulted in what the NCOP delegation described as an environmental catastrophe. Similarly, the RTPS Fontaine wastewater treatment works remains non-functional, allowing untreated wastewater to enter river system and exposing communities to environmental and bulk health risks. Communities repeatedly raise concern about sewer spills and unreliable water supply, blocked sewer network, and aging infrastructure during public hearings. These challenges have direct impact on health, economic activity, investment, confidence, and dignity of our people. In Mpumalanga, we face similar challenges. Through our collaboration with the municipalities, Department of Water and Sanitation, water boards, and municipal infrastructure support agents, we prioritize the refurbishment of wastewater treatment work, reductions of non-revenue water, upgrading of bulk water infrastructure, and strengthening projects monitoring. In 3 copies in Nkomas, where I am today, a project of almost 880 million is almost at the complete, and we shall give the communities by the end of this particular month of August. That confirms that the challenge is not only in Northwest, the problems are almost everywhere. The question is, are we equal to the task? Yes, I've already demonstrated what we are doing. Thanks to the Minister of EWS for having responded to the challenges that were faced as provincial government with the resources that's provided. Mpumalanga is addressing sewer spill challenges through a refurbishment and upgrading of aging wastewater treatment works, replacement of falling sewer infrastructure, improved maintenance program, and stronger collaborations between municipalities, the provincial government, and the national departments. In terms of the human settlement, Chairperson, the report paints a concerning picture regarding human settlement. Residents express frustrations over housing backlogs, incomplete projects, poor workmanship, delays, title deeds, informal settlement conditions, and prolonged occupation of temporary structures. In some communities, people have waited more than a decade for housing opportunities to be complete. Particularly troubling is the situation in Kuma village, where residents have remained a temporary accommodation for more than 7 years, despite assurance that relocation will be temporary. Indeed, this problem is not only applicable to Northwest. As in Mpumalanga, we faced by the same situations, and indeed were encouraged by the response that the Matlosana and the Northwest provincial government are responding in this particular challenge. In terms of the province, we have the projects such as the Emalahleni, where there are some incomplete projects around the province. At the moment, we've almost completed over 900 on the remaining 1,174 houses that are incomplete. Certainly, we are in the right path, and I have confidence that the Northwest government, out of what they presented, it will make a difference. Mining and economic development. Chairperson, the report correctly identifies mining as both challenges and opportunity. Communities repeatedly raise concern regarding mine closure, unemployment, limited local participation in mining opportunities, and the social consequence associated with the declining mining activities. Indeed, we are faced by the same situations as we look at Malahleni is a mining town and Covenant municipalities. These challenges can only be addressed if we all participate, all of us, and make contributions, including ideas. We welcome the Northwest government effort to engage mining houses on post-mining economies, rehabilitation opportunities, renewable energy development, and the SSME participation. Mpumalanga is confronted by these situations, and I can confirm to you, Honorable Chairperson, that our program is at an advanced stage to get the participation of the mine. These collaborations included the continuous operation and development of the Matla coal complex, the expansion of Seriti Green renewable energy investment, the development of Umbila Umoyeni wind energy facility in near Petal, and the initiatives aimed at reducing emissions through innovative technology such as carbon capture project. Together, these investments are helping position Mpumalanga as South Africa energy hub by balancing a traditional energy generation with cleaner and more sustainable energy solution. A major milestone in this partnership was the recent launch of commercial operations at the first phase of Seriti Green Mbila Emoyeni Energy, which it was launched by our Honorable President on the 31st of July 2026. The President described the project as an important example of collaboration between government, ESCOM, the private sector, and local communities, highlighting its role in strengthening energy security, creating jobs, supporting skills development, and advancing South African just energy transition. This project is expected to grow almost 900 megawatts renewable energy complex, combining wind, solar, and battery storage, further enforcing Mpumalanga's role in the country's future energy landscape. In terms of job creation, Honorable Chair, the future of mining province will depend not only on extraction activities, but also how effectively we prepare communities for opportunities beyond mining. Chairperson, one of the lessons we've learned.
On that note of preparing for the future, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
All right, the next speaker on the visual platform is going to be Honorable G.O. Mlapisi, the MEC for Kokna Traditional Leaders and Human Settlements in Northwest.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Chairperson, Chief Whip of the NCOP, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Chairperson of the Portfolio Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Administration, Members of Parliament, Special Delegates and Permanent Members of the NCOP, DGs, DDGs and Heads of Department, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans, good evening. Honorable Chair, allow me to welcome the debate on the NCOP taking Parliament to the people's session that took place in our beautiful province.
Honorable, will you please just open your video a little bit so that you can go on record of Parliament that it was you who was speaking, not AI. Thank you. It's done. You can switch it off. It's going to yes.
Can I switch it off?
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, allow me to welcome the debate on the NCOP. As I rise to confirm the debate as of great significance for our democracy and freedom. The debate, Honorable Chair, aligns with the Marxist thought that practice without theory is blind and theory without practice is sterile. In our context, Chair, the lamentation of policy praxis is not significant if it does not translate to changing the lives of our people. Critically, Chair, the debate this afternoon captures the very essence of our constitutional democracy. We are reminded that government does not exist for its own sake, but for the people. Chairperson, we are grateful for the opportunity to give our perspective in agreement that the ultimate test of our governance is not in the policies we pass, but in the lives we change. At the center of it all being a critical role played by local government, which is the frontline service delivery as a sphere of government closest to our people. The province appreciate recently held session of the NCOP of taking people to the province convened in Matlosana. And to us, the program carries immense value of direct engagement between the elected representative and the communities we serve. The report is a testament of an appreciation by the citizens to have a platform to raise their issues directly with fellow legislators. And I must say that throughout the week comprised of public hearing and site visits, as members have already said, the provincial government has had an opportunity to listen to the frustration of our communities, their unfiltered views of their lived realities concerned by people living with disability, and demands by citizens for a better life. It must be stated, Honorable Chair, that to us, the NCOP visit meant an additional cherry on top as we engage with our resident bi-weekly as the provincial government through our local municipality champion service delivery, our Tunzalerole accelerated service delivery program, which is happening every Friday. Honorable members, a lot can be said about the issues raised by our communities. However, I must say it gives no joy to debate endlessly without a commitment to deal with deep-seated challenges facing our municipality in general and the city of Matlosana in particular. Firstly, Honorable Chair, I want to indicate that as a measure to strengthen governance and ensure stability at the city of Matlosana, like Minister of Kokta indicated, beginning of April this year, working together with the provincial treasury, we implemented the resolution of the provincial executive to officially appoint a provincial executive rep, Dr. Dilotsotle, an experienced administrator to ensure full implementation of the mandatory financial recovery plan. The appointment under Section 139, subsection 5, A and C of the Constitution, read together with Section 146 and 147 of the MFMA. We are happy to report that there has been significant progress since the appointment of the PR, with major improvements and achievements recorded, and I will elaborate this later, Chair. Our intervention include the implementation of recommendation of the findings of Section 106 of the MFMA investigation, because we believe that to change the complex of our municipalities, consequence management must be enforced. I must indicate that we are delighted as it was reported by Honorable MEC Free State Manche that the debate takes place as the province celebrates its first ever clean audit outcome, a departure from consistent achievement of 6 consecutive unqualified audit opinion, which demonstrate our commitment to good governance. We welcome this clean audit as the result of collective discipline across department. But the people of the province who are mindful do not experience governance through audit report alone. They experience it through functioning municipalities and reliable services. Our task is therefore to sustain this standard in the department and intensify our work so that every municipality progressively become accountable, financially sound, and capable delivery. The last municipal results show some improvements. We must strengthen our ability to support, monitor, and where legally necessary, intervene in municipalities while councils and accounting officers remain accountable for their own institution. Honorable Chair, good governance is the backdrop of effective service delivery. It is impossible to deliver water, houses, or sanitation if the institution responsible are plagued by financial mismanagement, irregularities, and culture of impunity. It is impossible to build better communities if the very same instrument of governance are broken. The NCOP report on Matlosana oversight is a clear indictment of the failure. We are working to correct that. We are the first to acknowledge some of the challenges that are experienced by the Matlosana municipality and hence the intervention. But it is also a roadmap for the future, a future where local government is truly people-centered and capable of building better communities. On human settlement and infrastructure delays, the Department of Human Settlement are fully seized with this matter. Working together with our municipalities, we are committed to finalizing the bulk water and sewer infrastructure recovery plan through COGTA Bulk Infrastructure Committee. The Minister for Human Settlement recently visited Dr. Kenneth Kaunda as a follow-up on issues that were raised by the NCOP. On wastewater crisis, the department will continue its partnership with the Department of Water and Sanitation as indicated by Minister Machodina earlier on. We are dealing decisively with this crisis as the Premier will also soon communicate the lasting intervention by provincial government. As I have stated in the beginning, it is not a matter of how we debate this afternoon, but the central point is to deliver on the commitment made in response to the crisis. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to indicate that as COGTA, we have ensured the establishment of a rapid response team which address all service delivery related concern. The municipality of Matlosane has procured a free water tanker and reduced contract services. Anglo Gold Ashanti has partnered with the municipality to install the CCTV cameras in the CBD area. The city of Matlosane also received a 389 million write-off in respect of the ESCOM debt repayment plan. Unlike members who want to use this debate as a complaint session and cheap politicking point in scoring, we are giving the country our progress on achievement that we have made through the NCOP visit. As I conclude, Chair, I want to reiterate our commitment to build a people-centered local economy by ensuring that benefits of mining accrue to the communities that bear the cost. We continue engaging mining houses to realize this promise as we will reach our goal to fight poverty and unemployment. We commit henceforth to implement consequence management for those who fail to deliver, from political leadership to the officials. Work with law enforcement agency to combat vandalism of critical infrastructure and rise of the construction mafias, to continue prioritizing the infrastructure spending using the total allocation of the MIG with 1.3 billion already spent on critical infrastructure. This investment is essential for building communities of our people. Addressing housing backlog as committed in our budget speech on reprioritizing the budget expenditure approach, where 80% of the budget is addressing the backlog. Allow me to report among the many commitments made the NCOP visit, during the NCOP visit. As part of the Nelson Mandela celebration, we handed over a fully finished wheelchair accessible house to a 34-year disability rights activist, Mr. Obakeng Tseithle. We are happy that Mr. Tseithle also has his dignity restored, living in safe, accessible, and comfort environment in Jacaranda. Honorable Member, the findings of this report are a wake-up call to all of us. The provincial government, under the leadership of the Premier, is committed to ensure that we work tirelessly to implement this recommendation. The work continues to build a Northwest province that works for all of us. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lapisi, for the progress report provided. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable T.P. Smilahe, the Minister for Human Settlements.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces with the Deputy Chairperson, Honorable members, members of the Executive Councils from the Northwest, Eastern Cape, Mpumalanga and Free State provinces, my colleagues, ministers, representative of organized local government, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. I rise to partake and contribute critically into this important debate on the 2026 Taking Parliament to the People program conducted in the Northwest. Let me begin by thanking the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the provincial delegation of the Northwest Provincial Legislature in the city of Matlosane local municipality, and most importantly, the residents who participated in the May 2026 public hearing and oversight visits. Taking Parliament to the people is one of the clearest expressions of participatory government, and meeting rooms and bringing us face to face with the lived experiences of government decisions that affect and impact into the people of our country. But participation without implementation erodes trust. The true measure of this program is whether the undertakings made before, as the MEC has said, the people results in visible improvements in their communities. This perspective is reinforced by the philosophical expression of America Cabral, who posits that when your house is burning, it is no use beating the tom-toms, I close quote. Put simply, action over rhetoric. But let me also appreciate the party representative in the Northwest for showing up. The previous experiences of NCOP visits to communities, particularly in the Western Cape, some members were not even available to come and oversee the oversight of the areas that are run by them. You cannot act before you show up. I would want to deal with some of the issues that Honorable Skero Hohel has raised. Yes, there may be sufficient in terms of the critique for the Northwest government, but I want to put it to you that temporary residential units are a common phenomena, a problem that happens in every province, including in provinces where you are governing. In Delft, in the Western Cape, Blekkersdorp is 20 years old, TRU. Very dilapidated, functions and systems which are off, and people who have got less hygienic services which are given to them. A tsunami, you will recall how old is a tsunami disaster that happened internationally. That TRU is named after tsunami. It's 21 years old in the Western Cape. Atlantis, they are both in Delft. Atlantis is 10 years old. As we speak, we are facing complaints in Plenary area of the temporary residential units that are built by the past government. You might have not recovered from the Constitutional Court outcome of last week, which proves that you are perpetuating still social injustice by refusing access to people to social housing in the beautifully ran province. This is not about exercise, keep and talk. It is about oversight that parliamentarians must do to improve the lives of South Africans. If you want to point a finger on others, look into your house first, at least in relation to human settlement. You are found wanting also. And ours is not here to come in judgment, but it is to say the message is clear. Citizens, including the people of Matlosane, are concerned about long-standing housing backlogs, incomplete, poor quality, blocked projects, delays in issuing title deeds. DM was issuing a title deed in Bishop's Levies to a 98-year-old woman whose right and dignity has not been preserved since birth. Weaknesses in beneficiary administration, vulnerable household remaining in informal and temporary accommodation, inadequate basic services, unlawful occupation of completed houses, and poor communication by government institutions. What is even worse for others, the Northwest government does not turn funds back. It may be having challenges. Some do turn back funds, but do not upgrade the informal settlements that the funds they will get to allocate to them, because they simply don't want to put them in better areas where they need to be accommodated as equal citizens of the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town in particular. So these are not isolated complaints in my view. They point to weaknesses in the system across the full human settlement delivery chain, from planning, land availability, bulk infrastructure, beneficiary administration, contractor performance, project management, and accountability. When you were called by the same NCOP to account to the lives of the people in Khayelitsha, you did not show up. Thank you, Northwest, for showing up, for taking note, as the MEC says, we were handing over 300 houses in KK as part of what the project of oversight of NCOP has mandated us to do, to make sure that the visit of oversight are not just a joke show. A house cannot be delivered in isolation. A greatest lesson of the Tafelberg case in the Constitutional Court, the apex court of the land. It forces the government of the Western Cape to provide sustainable human settlement that requires suitable bulk internal infrastructure, water, sanitation, electricity, roads, social amenities, security of tenure, and access to economic opportunities, but the right to social justice for people to be housed where government and land is available for them at cost. And what did you choose to do, Honorable Skenhogen? You sold the land privately because you did not want social injustice to be eradicated, particularly to accommodate Africans. So blocked projects moving from diagnosis to recovery. We are demonstrating, for example, in Extension 10, the cost of fragmented planning and the weak management, the delays that we have had. But ultimately, Honorable Chair, how we have dealt with the issues of making sure that the project, as part of the blocked project, is now unblocked. Northwest has prioritized all its human settlement budget, 80% to deal with block projects and 20% to plan and use that for infrastructure for catalytic programs. They are currently utilizing around 167 million for around 734 for the current financial year and 2,174 units to unlock the province in terms of unblocked projects. Our position is firm. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Blocked projects cannot remain a permanent category in our plans. We currently have 212 projects that are blocked across the country, not only in the Northwest. The department is prioritizing 85 of them this financial year to clear, with Northwest and the Free State, with a huge backlog, yes, but on the job to make sure that they do that. The site infection measures, which we do, and the credible completion date have been put, and consequence management to contractors has been maintained. The performance of the grant reinforces this point. It records that as at 31st, 2026 March, Northwest had spent approximately 1.5 billion and they're at 99% spent. So they are planning, their alignment, their corrections to the figures and everything in relation to informal settlement upgrading grant for 2025. It even records better performance for Matlosana. I will no longer touch on the emergency and temporary accommodation. I've dealt with that. But into the NCOP, Kuma village was raised for accommodation, which is more than 11 years old, and families have remained in structures. So dolomatic conditions were found. The plan now at Dilpan also shows that emergency response must be carried through the recovery. So work is being done. The first phase has already delivered 103 houses with interim water and sanitation services. Some of the areas I spoke about do not even have sufficient interim. The upgrading of informal settlements cannot be treated only as a site awaiting removal. The purpose of this grant is a programmatic and inclusive upgrading process undertaken by provinces. Mpebatu, Dark City, is an illustration of this distinction. It forms part of a group of settlements identified for upgrading, but its environmental risk requires relocation of approximately 42 households. We wouldn't know them with the province of Northwest if we're not on site. So residents are encouraged to build and foster with us in partnership. We are introducing innovative building materials in response to to TRUs, to make sure that we build sustainable substitutes for disasters and also to accelerate, particularly in the two provinces of Northwest and Free State, to cover the backlog that they've experienced. So the test is no longer now whether the technology is needed or is new. It is well tested worldwide and it is being used. The beneficiary needs integrity and security of tenure. Community always raise concerns about the beneficiary list, and the less we talk about it, the better. We are in the digital system with CETA to make sure that we improve the transparency, planning, and accountability. One delivery chain for clear accountability. The findings in Matlosane confirm that human settlement delivery depends on effective cooperation across all three spheres of government, informed by the IGR framework and DDM model. The DDM model, therefore, is a function as an implementation discipline of one plan for land, bulk infrastructure, internal services, and top infrastructure. I cannot conclude without thanking the Department of Water and Sanitation under the leadership of Minister Majodina for making sure that where we build bulk services, both for sewer, sanitation, and water, is being made available. For Minister Sputla Ramukhupa for the assistance of the connection of electricity right up to the solar installation into our BNG program. So emergency and temporary accommodation must also be safe, maintained, and be part of distribution. In conclusion, Chair, I reiterate Amilcar Cabral, action over rhetoric. The people of Matlosane have asked government for honesty, agency, accountability, and visible implementation. Our responsibility is not merely to acknowledge their concerns, but it is to act on them. Taking parliament to the people must be followed by taking implementation, accountability, and progress back to the people. We support sustained NCOP oversight of the undertaking contained in the report, and we will continue, as the MEC has indicated, working with the Northwest Provincial Government and affected municipalities and communities beyond the city of Matlosane to translate those undertakings into measurable improvements in communities. We will continue to double our efforts, working together with provinces and municipalities to deliver our constitutional mandate to restore the dignity of our people. We shall appropriately use the Human Settlement Delivery Program to change the lives of the people for the better and give the world a more human face, like our forebears have instructed us. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Naguwe sizawufika with human settlement packages to restore the dignity of our people, of providing settlements that are connected to water, connected to electricity, connected into the digital world through Wi-Fi, and also have got amenities that a society needs to have, community halls, sports ground, and agricultural activities for food. And lastly, to the leadership of the Northwest, thank you for showing up. Thank you for coming and facing the communities, contrary to those who speak and do not even have the latitude to come and face those communities. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the progress report you've just provided. The next speaker on the visual platform is Honorable S.G. van der Berg from the Northern Cape. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chairperson, Ministers and Members, during the Taking Parliament to the People outreach in the Northwest Province, the citizens spoke clearly. Some complained about informal business collapsing under the deteriorating infrastructure, theft, and also mines closing, unemployment soaring, and empty buildings becoming dens for criminals. And others complained that electricity supply targets are endlessly shifted. They felt that the municipality cannot even install a transformer by themselves. With cable theft being rampant, the communities have to patrol the streets themselves just to keep the lights on. They describe burglaries and murders, stressing how vital working streetlights are to saving lives. Complaint after complaint, local government's response remained the same. Blame shifting, vague future promises, and denial of responsibility. The report on taking Parliament to the people is not a success story. It is indicative of systemic failure. We see collapsing houses, non-operational sewage, and non-functional high-mast lights, overcrowded clinics, stalled economic assets, and communities still living in shacks without title deeds after decades. Yet, officials report that projects are completed while residents see rubble and broken promises. Hierdie verval in die Matlotsana gebied in die Noordwes-provinsie is niks anders as die voorspelbare gevolge van kaderontplooiing en rasgebaseerde aanstellings van partyloyaliste nie. Wanneer mense wat die werk kan doen en besighede verdruk word, is die Matlotsana 'n lewende getuienis daarvan. The Freedom Front Plus says it must be different. We demand proper law enforcement and an end to municipal corruption. Local governments must be rebuilt from the ground up to get rid of the tenderpreneurs and the unnecessary projects. We must advocate for municipal in-sourced services and maintenance. Appoint plan makers and doers. Personnel motivated to deliver, not tender creators wondering how they can benefit themselves or the party. Policy uncertainty, such as BEE requirements and ownership insecurity, have chased mining investors away. That is why mines close and jobs disappear. Welfare culture and the selective non-collection of municipal accounts in exchange for political support have become the cancer eating away at municipal finance. Chairman, job appointments must be made on pure merit, irrespective of skin color. Scrap race-based policies. It is discrimination. Protect property rights. Create space for the private sector to invest and create real jobs. Om die parlement na die mense toe te neem, help slegs as daar gevolge is vir wat ons daar gesien het. Sagte ondernemings en 'n tekort aan vervolging van korruptes gaan Matlotsana en die res van die land nie verander nie. Spertye met gevolge, herstel van meriete en vakatures en 'n gees wat bereid is om te dien en nie om gedien te word nie, kan wel die land en Matlotsana red. Die inwoners het gespreek, nou moet hulle stem. Laat jou stem op 4 Augustus die praatwerk doen. Only the people can cut out the self-serving fat cats and appoint a local government that works by appointing trustworthy local government. Chairman, the Minister of Water and Sanitation has condemned bringing politics into this crisis unfolding before us, and that the people must just pay up for services. It's very late now for this talk. She fails to see that government policy stifles business success and therefore income generation through jobs. How does she expect the people to pay for services with no jobs? She's eating cake while her people do not have money for bread. Chair, the Minister of Health speaks to the plague of austerity measures for over a decade. I find it funny that the penny has not dropped yet. This austerity coincides with the implementation of discriminative race-based legislation aimed against co-citizens. When will we one day be blessed with a free and fair government and equality for all citizens? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Beek. The next speaker on the visual platform is Councillor Mabale Huma from Salga. Over to you,
Yeah,
ma'am.
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable MECs, and Honorable Members. On behalf of Salga Northwest, we are honored to reflect on the significance of taking Parliament to the People program hosted in the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality in May 2026 under the theme Ensuring a People-Centered Local Government Towards Building Better Communities. For Salga, this program is a powerful expression of democratic accountability. It brings Parliament closer to communities, affirms the right of citizens to be heard, and reminds every sphere of government that public authority must translate into feasible service delivery and improved living conditions. The engagements reaffirmed that our democracy remains alive and valued by communities. Citizens spoke openly about progress made, but also raised firm concerns about persistent challenges. Their messages was clear. Communities are not rejecting democracy. They are demanding a more responsive, coordinated, and capable state. From a local government perspective, the issues raised, that is water, security, infrastructure, maintenance, municipal sustainability, unemployment, economic inclusion, public safety, and service delivery, reflect the lived realities of communities and the broader developmental pressure facing municipalities across the country. A key lesson is that communities experience government as one state. When water does not flow, roads deteriorate, or opportunities remain limited, citizens expect one united response. This reinforces the constitutional duty of cooperative governance and the strategic relevance of the district development model. The program showed both the strengths and weaknesses of our government system. It confirmed that democratic institutions remains open and accessible, but also reminded us that participation must lead to implementation, accountability, and measurable impact. Communities are increasingly clear. They want commitment translated into projects, plans into services, and policies into practical socio-economic outcomes. Honorable Chairperson, many of the issues raised are symptoms of deeper structural constraints in local government, including weak revenue bases, aging infrastructure, technical skills shortage, and growing fiscal pressure. These challenges require a coordinated response across all spheres of government. Strengthening local government is therefore central to restoring public confidence in the democratic state. Capable, ethical, and financially sustainable municipalities are essential to achieving the developmental aspirations expressed by our communities. Strategically, Salga Northwest proposes 4 priorities moving forward. The first one is commitments from the program must be institutionalized in IDPs, provincial strategies, sector plans, and budget. Secondly, the district development model must become a practical platform for integrated regional planning, joint budgeting, and accelerated implementation. Thirdly, stronger accountability and feedback mechanisms are required so communities receive regular, honest, and measurable updates on commitment made. And fourthly, stronger IGR interface between provincial government, state-owned entities, water boards, and municipalities is required. The developmental state will succeed only when public institutions plan together, budget together, implement together, and account together. The strategic value of a strong IGR interface in the Northwest lies in its ability to combine oversight, support, and intervention into one coordinated governance response. It must enable national, provincial, and local government, together with state-owned entities, water boards, and constitutional institutions, to identify risks early, align resources, and act before service delivery failures deepen. Guided by Section 54 and 56 of the Municipal Systems Act and Section 137 and 139 of the Constitution, this approach must shift the province from reactive intervention to proactive support, joint accountability, and collective problem solving. In this way, IGR becomes a political and strategic instrument for building capable, accountable, and developmental municipalities that respond directly to the needs of communities. Taking parliament to the people is therefore more than an outreach program. It renews the social compact between government and society and reminds us that democracy legitimacy depends on the state's ability to improve the material conditions of the people. The voices heard in Dr. Kenneth County District were a call for partnership, accountability, and a decisive leadership. They demanded that the democratic promise be felt through functioning municipalities, reliable services, economic opportunity, and a better quality of life. Our collective task is to build a capable developmental state that listens, responds, and acts with agency. Salga Northwest commends Parliament, particularly the NCOP, for sustaining this important platform. We reaffirm our commitment to strengthening intergovernmental relations, advancing cooperative governance, and supporting municipalities to deliver on the aspirations of our communities. The true success of taking Parliament to the people will not be measured by the number of meetings convened, but by the extent to which the voices of our people shape government action and transform community realities. On that note, Honorable Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you, Sarga, for the input you've just made on behalf of the councillors. The next speaker on the visual platform is going to be Honorable H.P. Ngobeni from Limpopo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the ministers and the deputy ministers in the platform, the representative of the organized local government, SALGA, the permanent delegates, and of course the special delegates in this platform, good evening. It gives me immense pleasure and gratitude to be given the rare opportunity to participate in the debate on taking Parliament to the people, which was held in the Northwest Province under the rousing theme, ensuring a people-centered local government towards building better communities. I experienced firsthand, Honorable Chair and delegates, how this initiative can better serve as a catalyst towards ensuring agile provision of services to our people in real time. Admittedly, none among us in this platform can dare deny the uncontroverted truth that this important initiative has the sharp propensity to nudge everyone into doing their work. Put differently, Honorable Chair, this program has the capacity to strengthen participatory democracy, accountability, and intergovernmental cooperation. The people of Northwest Province, the city of Makosana local municipality in particular, did not only experience the workings of Parliament, but they also actively participated in what must be done in improving their living conditions for the better. Indeed, democracy was in action. In real time, decisions were taken and implemented without any hesitation, albeit genuine concerns of slow pace in terms of bulk infrastructure delivery. On this front, we closed the program on the firm note that provincial departments, municipalities, and all entities must jack up their efforts towards the acceleration of service delivery provision. It was indeed comforting to see all role players immersed in positive energy, the energy to ensure that the provision of services indeed is received by the people as they deserve to receive such. It was indeed a very enlightening experience, which of course we'll do our most here in Limpopo to replicate the good work that is being done by the National Council of Provinces of putting all the role players in one space to ensure that responses to the challenges that confronts our people comes in real time. During her budget debate on vote 2 on Thursday, 28th of May, 2026, the chairperson of National Council of Provinces, Honorable Refilwe Ntshweni Tsipane, commended Limpopo delegates for being number one in terms of religiously participating in the work of the NCOP. Whilst these accolades warms our hearts, we do appreciate the fact that our participation must not be for the sake of ticking boxes, must not be for the sake of converging and talking non-stop, but must yield tangible results by fixing local government, providing 24-hour service in clinics, building quality roads, and provision of quality drinkable water in a sustainable manner. As we gravitate towards local government elections and beyond, we must do our most in becoming more deliberate in addressing service delivery challenges, irrespective of political parties in governance. This we must do so that the people of our country can continue to place their trust and premium on democratic institutions and how these institutions are governed. Of course, lamenting, whinging, and pointing fingers demonstrates immense lack of political maturity and appreciation that everyone must be able to play a role in making sure that local government functions and functions for the better. In this regard, the test lies in the people we are going to send to councils as councillors. The organization that deployed me, the African National Congress, has placed a significant premium on certain level of academic qualifications as a minimum requirement for one to qualify to be a ward and PR council. This important decision is precipitated by the appreciation that local government is at the coalface of service delivery. We dare not fail our people. This in my apologies. This important decision, of course, as I indicated, that the appreciation of the fact that local government is at the coalface of service delivery, we've got to ensure that we put aside the whinging, the sloganeering, and the aimless lamentations, as I have seen in this platform from the DA and the EFF, will not really assist us to ensure that our people regain the confidence and the trust in the institutions and also see the need to actively participate in these processes. We will replicate this model used by the National Council of Provinces as we prepare for our own taking legislature to the people from the 31st of August to the 3rd of September 2026. It is our firm view that this program can be an essential tool in the hands of our people with which to improve their livelihoods for the better. Asante sana. Maita bas. Muito obrigado. And thank you very much for your opportunity, Chairperson.
Honorable Pinar.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable members, the next participant in the debate is the Honorable Pinar.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members, and most importantly, good afternoon, good evening to the people we represent, the citizens of South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, taking Parliament to the people is about fulfilling Section 72 of the Constitution, which mandates that the National Council of Provinces facilitate public involvement in the legislative process. The intention has always been to bridge the gap between the chambers in Cape Town and the citizens who elected us and whom we serve. Parliament should not only pass legislation, but it should also listen, engage, and be accountable to the people of South Africa. But Chairperson, I was deeply troubled by the content planning and organization of this constitutionally mandated program. Not a single meeting, session, or engagement started on time. If Parliament can't even get the basics right, how can people expect us to make a meaningful change in their lives? I was delegated to the Health Working Group, where we visited various provincial and district healthcare facilities. To my surprise, every one of these facilities have been visited just 2 weeks earlier. This rate was apparently the same in most other working groups. Our purpose was merely to see whether any progress has been made during those 2 weeks. Chairperson, Parliament spent more than 10 million rand on accommodation, transport, and blue light convoys to rubber stamp that the residents of Matlosana in the Northwest are still experiencing long waiting times, unreliable utilities, and safety risks in health facilities due to overcrowding, aging infrastructure, staff shortages, and limited resources. This is simply not a responsible use of taxpayers' money. Chairperson, if this is what we consider oversight, then we should seriously rethink the value we are adding to the country. Chairperson, let me say that Honourable Babel from the Northwest, as the opening speaker for the ANC today, spoke of collapsing infrastructure, no running water, collapsed roads, and no sewage treatment plants in a working condition, and even complained about corruption. Honourable Babel, the party that you represent holds a full majority in the Matlosana local municipality, district council, and on a provincial level. No one else but the ANC can be blamed for the failures of the Northwest. And since you opened the debate for the ANC today, you represent that failure and should be ashamed of the situation in the Northwest and put out a public apology to the people of the Northwest for its collapse and your pandering speech. Dis om van skaam te kry, agbare lid. Chairperson, I see the Honourable Modise is the next speaker in the House today. Pay close attention, Honourable members. As per usual, the ANC has no answers. When the ANC has no answers, they send him to try and cover up their failures. Honourable Modise, be honourable. Take accountability for the ANC failures in the Northwest. Admitting your failures is the first step in the right direction, but ignoring it helps no one. The fact is, on the 4th of November, the people will be the judge, jury, and executioner. I am, however, excited, Chairperson, that the DA stands ready to pick up the broken promises of the ANC in the Northwest. Chair, I can't let this opportunity go past to share something with our honourable, screeching and screaming Minister of Water and Sanitation. Minister, people are laughing at you, not with you, including your own colleagues. A little food for thought there, Minister. Chairperson, and then obviously Minister Simelane spoke about court cases. Chairperson, over 1,000 court case orders and adverse judgments have been issued against dysfunctional ANC-led local governments in just over the past decade. So let's not open that can of worms, Minister. There was, however, one moment of clarity during the entire week, and I spoke of it before. A resident stood up and said, keep your 350 Rand grant and give me the opportunity to work. It was a call for individual freedom, Chairperson. And that is exactly what this GNU should be, economic growth and job creation. People do not want handouts. People do not want empty promises. People do not want endless grandstanding speeches from politicians. They want the opportunity to work, earn a living, and provide for their families. It is our responsibility to create the free market economic conditions that make that possible. Instead of taking Parliament to the people to become nothing more than a disguised ANC rally funded by the taxpayer. Thank you, Chairperson, and goeienaand.
Thank you, Honourable Pienaar. The next speaker on the visual platform is Honorable M.G. Modise from Gauteng.
Thank you so
Honorable
much,
Modise.
Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All protocol observed, Chair. It's late in the evening. Chairperson, I'm sure that Honorable Pinar will accept that Honorable Soli's surname is Mabebo and not Bebo, because his surname is Pinar and not Nar. Name is very important. When you are unable to pronounce the name of an individual, don't say it because it sounds and feels like an insult. Chairperson, today we gather to honor a man who did not wait for the art to come to him, but went and built it, brick by brick, brushstroke by brushstroke, stage by stage. That man is Kamakulu Diniso. Kamakulu was born in top location and raised in Sharpeville. And from the very beginning, he chose the path that many said had no future. In the late 60s, in the aftermath of forced removals, whilst the world was telling black children to stay in their lane, he chose the lane of color, a lane of story, and a lane of theater. In 1980, when there was nothing in the Val for young artists to learn, Kamakule established Busang School of the Arts, the first art school in the South African township. And then scores of young people came. They came with empty hands and left with skills, with pride and with voice. They left not just as artists, but as citizens who believed their story mattered. He founded the Val Arts Fest so that children of the Val could see themselves on stage, not as background, but as the main story. Kamakulu, you are an actor, director, playwright, visual artist, a teacher, archivist, and community builder. But above all, you are a builder of the people. So on behalf of the Val and every person who walked into the Busang School of the Arts with a dream and walked out with a career, thank you. Thank you for choosing to come back to the Val when you could have easily left for the better opportunities. Thank you for choosing to teach when you could have performed. Thank you for choosing to build stages when you could have just stood on them. You proved what we must never forget. Culture is not luxury. It is a weapon of struggle. It is a tool of healing. It is a soul of community. Kamakulu Diniso, your dedication has turned the Val from a place people pass through into a place where the art lives. May your hands never tire. And the next generation you trained can carry torch as far as you carried us for us. We salute you, we thank you, and we honor you. Chairperson, Kamakulu taught us that you must build what is missing, and taking parliament to the people showed us what is missing. And today, in the spirit of building, I reflect honestly and genuinely on the direct impact of taking parliament to the people program. I will therefore focus on 5 issues that came up in the community meetings over the 3 days we had in the Northwest. Issues that are not just statistics on paper, but cries from the ground. 1, Honorable Chair, taking Parliament to the People program remind us one fundamental truth. Economic development cannot be planned in the boardrooms alone. It must be shaped by the voices of the people. Whether we sat under the trees or in community halls or in taxi ranks in Matlosana, the people and their message were consistent. Unemployment is just not a number. It is a wound. Young people told us, we are not asking for handout. We are asking for opportunity. They have diplomas, but they've got no jobs. They have skills, but they've got no workshops. They have energy, but they've got no entry point. Chair, we cannot speak of 3% growth while 32% of youth remain on the sidelines. Skills development, apprenticeship, and proper funding for SMMEs in township and rural areas must move from policy documents to practice. A woman in Kuma asked us, how can I open a bakery if I don't have water? How can I keep the lights on if there's no electricity? How will customers come if the road is gone? Communities reported that without reliable water, electricity, and roads, business cannot start and existing business cannot grow. Investors will not come to areas where the basics are failing. Economic development service delivery are therefore 2 sides of the same coin. People call the government for procurement to favor local businesses, not tenders that disappears to head offices in Sentin. They ask for agricultural projects to get market access, for tourism in rural areas to be unlocked, for development to happen where people live, not only where people commute to. Honorable Chair, The Taking Parliament to the People report, it is therefore a call to action. If we are serious about economic development, we must listen, we must act, and we must deliver with urgency. Let us take what we heard from the people and turn it into jobs, into business opportunities, and into dignity. Secondly, Chair, through the Taking Parliament to the People, we went to the people and the people spoke to us with one urgent demand: jobs. In every community, the message was the same. Our people are not looking for charity. They are looking for work, for dignity, and for chance to build a future. Our youth are ready, but the doors are closed. Graduates, artisans, and school leavers told us, we knocked, but no one answered. We must therefore expand public employment programs, but not as a stopgap. We must link them to skills. Apprenticeship and internship must become pipeline into economy. Government and the private sector must sign a social compact to absorb young people. Secondly, the township and rural economy must be unleashed. We met hairdressers who cannot get a license, builders who cannot get tender, farmers who grow food but cannot get it to market, traders who are crushed by the red tape. Chair, if we simplify compliance, if we reinvent 40% of procurement for local SMMEs, if we give access to funding without collateral that exclude the poor, we can create thousands of jobs right in our communities, and that can happen overnight. Communities ask for roads, clinics, schools, and energy projects to be prioritized, not only because they need them, but because every brick laid creates a job. Every wire connected creates a job. Agriculture, tourism, and the green economy were also highlighted as sectors with massive potential if we invest and support local producers instead of importing what we can grow here. Taking Parliament to the people is not just a report, it is a mandate to turn public frustration into public employment. Let us honor the mandate by putting job creation at the center of every decision we make. Honorable members, when Parliament went to the people, one issue came up in almost every community, in every province, I suppose, which is electricity. The message is simple and urgent. Without electricity, there can be no development. A spaza shop told us that a spaza shop owner told us that she lost 15,000 in stock in 1 week. A welder in Alabama told us his machines are idle 3 days a week. A baker said, I cannot bake at night so I cannot feed my children in the morning. Our people said to us, we cannot build an economy in the dark. We must therefore fast-track alternative energy solutions, support municipality to maintain infrastructure, and hold ESCOM and municipalities accountable for distribution losses. Many people told us that they are forced to choose between buying electricity and buying food. Illegal connections are rising, not because people are criminal, but because they are desperate. We need a tariff system that protects the poor, that expands free basic electricity, while ensuring municipalities remain financially viable. You cannot charge people who have no income. Rural communities and informal settlement are still waiting to be connected. Children are doing homework by candlelight. Clinics cannot store medicine. For these communities, electricity is not luxury. It's a basic right and a basic need. Honorable Chair, taking Parliament to the People report, make it clear. Energy security is economic security. It is job security. It is human dignity. Let us take these voices of the people back to this House and turn them into action. Invest in generation, fix distribution, protect vulnerable, and ensure that no South African is left in the dark. On the fourth issue, Chair, taking Parliament to the people took us to the mining areas, and we heard what was clear. Mining must work for the people who live on top of it. Communities told us mining companies must prioritize hiring from surrounding areas. Yet we heard from young people with mining qualification watching jobs go to outsiders, some of them who might not necessarily be educated or fit the requirement. We had calls for transparent recruitment, for proper bursaries, and for skills development so that local people can benefit first. A job in a mine 10 kilometers from your home should go to you first. The people do not only want wages, they want clinics that work, schools that are built, and roads that are maintained. Mining companies have SLPs for a reason. Communities ask Parliament to ensure that these social labor plans are implemented, monitored quarterly, and money meant for development actually reaches the people, not consultants. We heard painful stories about abandoned mines, acid mine drainage, a pollution of water, and a dust that gives children asthma and other sicknesses. Community living next to tailing dams live in fear because of the zamazamas. As mine close or scale down, we must ensure proper rehabilitation and that workers and communities are not left destitute. A just transition cannot mean workers are the last to know. Honorable Chair, mining remains a pillar of our economy, especially in Matosana. But taking parliament to the people reminds us a mine cannot be successful if the community around is failing. Let us regulate, let us monitor, let us make sure that the wealth under the ground translates to prosperity above the ground. Lastly, Chair, through taking parliament to the people, we went to communities, from rural villages to urban communities. One message came through loud and clear. Our roads are failing us. Farmers told us they cannot get produce to market before it rots. Taxi operators told us about rising maintenance costs and accidents. Business said investors are turning away because they cannot access sites. A pothole is not, it is not just a hole on the road. It is a hole in someone's pocket, a barrier to a job opportunity. Communities said gravel roads become impossible when it rains. Children walk 5 kilometers to school on dangerous roads. Ambulances and police cannot reach people on time. The people ask us, if we're part of South Africa, why are our roads forgotten? We must answer them. We need accountability and maintenance. People do not only want new roads, they want existing roads to be maintained. They want contractors to deliver quality work for money meant for roads and not to be lost to corruption. Community asks for ward councillors and municipalities to work with them to prioritize roads project. Community-based maintenance can create jobs and keep roads in good condition. Honorable Chairperson, taking parliament to the people is clear. Roads are not luxury, they are economic arteries. They connect our people to schools, to clinics, to jobs, and to each other. Let us take this message seriously. Fund road maintenance, fast-track rural access roads, and ensure that every rent spent builds roads that last. Because when roads work, people work. Chairperson, Gamakulu Diniso looked at the Val in the 19 and saw that art was missing. So he built it. Taking parliament to the people, went to communities in 2024, 2025, and saw what is missing: jobs, electricity, working roads, accountable mining, and rural economic development. Let us do what Gamakulu did. Let us build what is missing. Let us build an economy that includes the youth. Let us build an energy system that keeps the lights on. Let us build minds that uplift communities. Let us build roads that connect up to opportunities. Because Parliament does not belong in the chambers alone. Parliament belongs to the people. And when we take the Parliament to the people, we are reminded of our sacred duty to listen and then to act. May we leave this house today not just with a report, but with a resolve that we will and make sure that government react. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your sunset report, which you have just presented to us here. Without further ado, I'll now call the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Council, Honorable Governor, to close the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hadebe, House Chairperson. Allow me firstly to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to all honorable members, ministers, deputy ministers, MECs, SALGA representatives, and delegates who participated so well in this debate today. And I'm really encouraged by the mostly positive comments that have come through, especially with regard to the support that members have expressed for the Taking Parliament to the People program. The quality of today's engagement demonstrates that Taking Parliament to the People program remains one of the most important instruments through which the NCOP fulfills its constitutional mandate of oversight, public participation, and strengthening cooperative government. The debate has reaffirmed that the issues raised by the people of Matlosana are not isolated incidents. They speak to broader governance challenges that require all three spheres of government to work differently, work together, and above all, remain accountable to the people that we serve. Honorable House Chair, I would like to respond to some of the matters raised during the debate. Firstly, to the Honorable Ministers Majordina and Honorable Minister Slabisa, thank you for your constructive engagement and for the commitments made before this House. Your willingness to engage with the findings of this report is appreciated. Honorable Minister Simelane, I am very encouraged by the report that you have presented, especially with regard to the housing projects that are almost completed and houses being handed over to our people. That is very positive indeed, and we truly appreciate that. I would like to encourage all ministers and MECs who have project plans in place to please share that with the NCOP so that those project plans can be aligned between the three spheres of government so that we do not duplicate services, we do not duplicate plans, and we work in concert with each other so that the three-sphere planning process is something that finds resonance amongst all three spheres of government. Honorable House Chairperson, I would also want to respond to the contribution made by the Honorable Finis. Honorable Member, your call for regular progress reports is one that resonates strongly with this House. In fact, it is a principle that many members have consistently advocated for. Too often, Parliament receives comprehensive reports when programs are launched, but follow-up reporting is irregular, and that must change. Equally important is a concern raised by several members that government continues to operate in silos. Departments often develop plans independently. Municipalities pursue different priorities. Provinces have separate implementation schedules, and national departments intervene only when problems have escalated. The consequences is that duplication becomes the order of the day, and gaps are found in various programs that do not find resonance amongst the people. The NCOP has recognized this challenge. In 2024, we initiated a three-sphere planning program precisely because we understood that better planning must precede better service delivery. Building on that work, this year we intend rolling out a program across all 9 provinces with the specific objective of identifying and unblocking intergovernmental relation challenges before they become governance failures. This initiative is not intended to create another reporting process. It is intended to bring national departments, provincial governments, and municipalities into one room to resolve implementation challenges collectively. We have been greatly encouraged by the support expressed by the Deputy President of our country for this initiative. I wish him a speedy and full recovery so that we can continue with the work of serving our people. I also call upon every province and every department to participate fully in this program when you receive the invitations from the NCOP, because improving intergovernmental relations is not the responsibility of one institution alone. It is a responsibility of all of us. Honorable House Chairperson, the Honorable Minister of Health has given us hope for the people of Matlosana and the Northwest Province. Allow me to express my appreciation to the Honorable Minister for his commitment to make positive interventions in improving the healthcare facilities in Matlosana especially. I wish to also acknowledge the remarks made by the Honorable Dr. Skreeuw-Hokel, with regard to the sad loss of a community member. Let the passing of Ms. Motlesen remind us that the work of Parliament is never simply about reports and recommendations. It is about protecting lives, restoring dignity, and ensuring that government delivers on the promises made to its people. Let her passing not be in vain. We express our condolences to the family, and we stand by them during this sad time. Honorable Chairperson, one theme that has emerged consistently throughout today's debate, and indeed throughout Taking Parliament to the People program itself, and that is The greatest challenge facing government is often not a lack of legislation, not a lack of policy, and in many instances, not even a lack of funding. It is a lack of effective coordination. Where coordination is weak, implementation suffers. Where implementation suffers, public confidence declines. Where public confidence declines, democracy itself is weakened. That is why the constitutional role of the NCOP is so important. We exist, honorable members, to ensure that the three spheres of government work together as partners rather than as separate institutions pursuing separate agendas. Oversight must therefore not be understood as criticism. Oversight is a means of improving governance. It is intended to identify obstacles, remove barriers, and support developments in fulfilling their constitutional obligations. In closing, I wish to make a sincere appeal to every national department, every provincial government, and every municipality represented here today to engage openly with the NCOP. Where you are succeeding, tell us the good story so that good practice can be shared. Where you are struggling, tell us that also, whether the challenge relates to funding, legislative constraints, procurement delays, capacity shortages, or intergovernmental disputes. This House should know about them. We cannot resolve challenges that remain hidden, and no sphere of government should feel it must face these difficulties alone. The Constitution did not establish three spheres of government to compete with one another. It established them to cooperate in serving our people with one common purpose. As leaders, we must therefore be prepared to reflect honestly on where we have fallen short, learn from one another, and recommit ourselves to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The people of Matlosana, and indeed the people of South Africa, expect more than promises. They expect progress. They expect accountability. They expect results that would improve the quality of their lives. Let us leave this debate with a shared commitment. And I want to echo what the Honorable Speaker that spoke just before me, Honorable Modise, said. Let us leave this debate with a shared commitment that the recommendations contained in this report will not be merely noted, but implemented. Let us ensure that when this House returns to these communities, we are able to demonstrate measurable improvements in the lives of the people we were elected to serve. I thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the Council, for leading this debate and closing it up. Honorable delegates, we have arrived at a point where we have to take a decision whether we adopt or reject the report. I know that we had more than enough time to debate and accumulate the contents of the report. I don't think that there's going to be a need for any provinces to make any declaration. So I'll just go straight to the issue of voting. What I'll expect here is that the heads of delegation must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. I'll start with the province of the Eastern Cape, the home of the legends. The home of the legends. Where is the head of delegation of the Eastern Cape? I'll pass. The Free State.
Good evening, Chairperson. Good evening, colleagues on the platform. Free State to vote in favor of the report.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini. Gauteng. Honorable, this is still on the platform. Where is the provincial whip?
We vote in favor, Chair. We vote in favor. Gauteng votes in favor.
Thank you. The next one is KwaZulu-Natal.
Good evening, House Chair. The province of KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor.
It abstains.
Votes in favor, House Chair.
All right. Thank you. The province of Limpopo, Honorable Mukwile and the team. I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, 3, gone. Mpumalanga.
Chairperson Puma. Okay.
Honorable Mumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mpumalanga vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The Northern Cape.
Chairperson, the Northern Cape votes in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Finis. The Northwest, Bukoli Pirima, Singani namhlanje. Honorable Sitole.
Thank you very much, Chair. Northwest vote in favor.
Thank you, Honorable Mdupe. The Western Cape.
The Western Cape will support the report, Chair.
Thank you. And then we still have only 2 provinces outstanding, Limpopo and the Eastern Cape. I'm giving you the last chance. Limpopo.
Limpopo. Good evening, Honorable Chair. Limpopo vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the Eastern Cape. Are
Good
there no
evening, Chair.
delegates from the Eastern Cape?
Good evening, Honorable House Chair. Eastern Cape vote in favor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gangisa. Honorable delegates, I think the voting is now closed. All the 9 provinces have voted in favor of the report. Therefore, I declare that the report is adopted in accordance with the Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, I would like to thank the ministers, permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates, and SALCA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.